Let's see.
Hey,
Hi.
hi, welcome to bonus content. Welcome to the
Hello.
new era, Irrational Passions, the next generation.
Season 3.
Season 3, guys. What do we want to do for season 3? I think we should have a reunion episode for sure.
Okay.
Maybe that. Okay.
All right.
Gotta mute that stream in the background. I'm Alex. Nobshin's here. Tony's here. No Scott. Scott just texted us saying like, "Yeah, I guess I'm getting a new phone."
Yeah. So he's out getting a new phone.
Yeah, so he's leaving now. So, fuck him. So we're gonna post 300 World. How'd you guys feel after episode 300?
Good.
I felt really good. Yeah.
Felt fulfilled.
Yeah.
It was a really good
Justified.
episode.
Yeah. Finally. It only took us 6 years, but we finally felt justified. Lower my camera real quick because it's weird how tall it is. Yeah, it was really good. I really appreciate the response that we got. Like, obviously, it was a very emotional night. Silver PR's voicemail hit me right in the feels. It was a good show.
Yes.
The audio version might sound a little off, just because there was some weird background noise, and I did a little finagling to cut that out. It just sounds just a little off. But all things considered, it should be fine. I really appreciate everyone tuning in and watching the archive, watching the or downloading the audio version. But yeah, thank you to everyone who called in once more. We love all of you.
Yes.
So bonus content. We're down a host tonight, of course. Voting. So I got up early yesterday to vote.
Okay. How was that?
God. Oh. I hate public places to vote.
Yeah.
It's the worst thing
Did you
ever.
get a sweet sticker?
I did get a sticker. It's on.
Did you wear it the entire rest of the day?
I wore it that day, yeah. Only because I voted early, right? If it was just like the day, I would have been like, well, you're fucking supposed to do this. But I got it.
Fuck you, man. I'll wear that sticker. I earned that sticker.
I was glad that I could vote fucking early. It's like, it's done, man. I'm so fucking done with this election. So let me console myself with you guys. My roommate, one of my best friends, Ethan, he's turning into one of those people that likes to talk about politics.
Okay.
Oh, no bueno. I love him to death. Known him for years. But fuck that, man. I do not ever want to talk about politics. I'm okay talking about voting, right? But, oh, please. Never, ever try and talk to me about politics. Or religion. Like, those are my two no-no topics.
I mean, like, with the candidates that we have, like someone as crazy as Trump and someone who said a lot of things like Bernie, like it brought a lot out of the people. So
Yeah, I mean, like, it feels like it always does, but yeah. This year
But
is definitely been...
this even more. Like,
Yeah.
probably the last time it was like this is like when Obama ran, and that's when I didn't give a fuck, and I was like, sure, why not?
2008? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, 2012 was the first election that I got to vote in. It definitely felt way more tame than this one. Like, it just felt like these are two political candidates, well, you know. This has just been a madhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, so I found the early voting place. Ends up, so before I moved into my sleepy horse, the glue factory, as we call it.
Yeah.
The house that blew up for listeners. I lived at Ethan's parents' house in like I guess it's a different zip code, for like a month, just as like an in-between place, and they moved my voter registration there in that time somehow. I don't know why or how. I never re-registered, so when I got to this early voting place, it's like, looks like you're registered in Laurel, which is a different place, and I'm like, oh no. So the lady is like, look, we can do a day of registration, like re-registration to your current address, and that way it'll be fixed going forward. But I can't guarantee that your county electoral vote will count, but your presidential and congressional votes will count no matter what. I'm like, yeah, that's literally all I care about. So fucking who, like, you know why I'm here. I don't give a shit about like this county level bullshit, like the Board of Education person. I'm here to vote for the president. Like, that's pretty much it. So I like the lady who's like, look, I know why you're here. We're gonna get it. So your thing. Also, like, so I voted earlier this year. I guess it's the primaries is what that is. And then I voted for this, and they were both like cards that I had to write on, versus in 2012 when I voted, it was like digital. It was on a computer screen. So is that everywhere?
It's always been cards for me.
Yeah, maybe it depends on. No, it's not true because I voted the same place. No, I did. I voted at a different place each time. So the place that I voted at, wherever that was, I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, it was my elementary school. The same one that I went to. When I voted there in 2012, it was digital. And then when I voted in a different place this past year. So that's probably why. It's probably like location dependent. But yeah. Just like that room was full of, it was at an old folks home. So, which it was the Baines like senior citizen center. So my roommate like got together a picture of Bane from Dark Knight Rises onto like one of the like the signage for the fucking place and sent an edit of that. It was very good. So yeah, it was full of old people who were very opinionated in ways that maybe I don't necessarily agree with, but
oh sure.
So that's why it was terrible. Like it was just I had to wait in line. It took all of like maybe 10 minutes, but
it felt longer.
Yeah. So Nabashin, you said you were trying to find an early place to vote.
Yeah, there's nowhere in this area that has something like that. Like the closest thing I could find was like for me to actually go to like Fairfax, Virginia, which is like
that's a trip.
Towns over. It's like no, that's stupid. I guess I'll wait. And it's like because every time I went and voted, like the first time I voted, I did it like right before I went to work, and like that was like a line. That was an actual line, and it's like, oh god, like no, never again. Of course I voted again. Like 2 years later, it's all about the matter of time that you go. It's because like if you do it during the day, that's when literally everyone is fucking there for whatever reason. But like if you not really last minute, because that's kind of an asshole thing to say, but like if you go like maybe like an hour or two beforehand, there was a reason for that, and I won't get into, but like that was a reason for that. There was like no one there pretty much, so it's like just go in, do that. It'll take like 10 minutes if even that. So
yeah. I mean, it's like a little hoop, a little bit of a hassle. I'm impressed like at how quickly like there's so many volunteers to run those centers. So like they get everyone through pretty quickly. Do you do the thing where you get your it's like a big long card and then you put it into a machine?
I believe so, yes. Because there's always been a card. There's always something you have to write on, and there's always something you have to put something
really?
in. So, yes.
It's like a Scantron. You like fill in bubbles, right?
Yeah, I think Virginia has like one of those voter frauds, or they feel like this place is voter fraud. So like they're trying to do everything they can to like not have that happen, so they don't trust machines here. Yeah. I'm in the very like Republican area, so I see Trump signs everywhere. Like I just saw my first Hillary sign like maybe like a day ago. Like, oh wow, there are people like that here apparently. So
yeah, Maryland is a super Democratic state, I guess. And like pretty much everywhere you go, except for maybe like Southern Maryland, like it's the South of Maryland, like which is actually like north of us. Southern Maryland is north of like geological stuff, like it's like Dundalk and those kinds of areas. They're like just west or south of Baltimore. Are more Republican-ish, but even that, everyone's pretty progressive here. So, but yeah, it's just a disaster. I'm glad I'm done with it. Like I did my part. It's over.
Yeah.
I can be over regardless of what happens. Obviously, it goes without saying that to all of our United States listeners, I encourage everyone to vote. Please,
for sure.
You have the power to elect officials who can then vote for the president. And you do get a popular vote toward the president. So I encourage everyone to exercise that right.
Yeah, and I've definitely been listening to the party, the people who are like, yeah, there's no reason to vote if you're not educated, so you don't want to like make a bad decision, and I can understand that. But like, if you're one of those people, or just one, or I don't mean to sound like judgy or something like that, but like if you're someone who feels like that way and doesn't feel like they need to vote, then at least try for the next 4 years, be like, like
Try to pay attention.
No, not really that, but like, don't complain.
Yeah.
Because, like, even if you voted and the thing that you wanted didn't happen, at least if you voted for it, like, I made my voice be heard, and don't complain about something later on, like, oh, why am I getting, like, taxed like to hell or something like that? And it's like, well, maybe you should have voted. And, I don't know. Stuff like that. That's a pet peeve of mine, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm with you. Yeah, we have the power to do so. So, Tony, did you try and vote early?
I just got information on where to do so today, so I'm gonna have to do it like tomorrow.
You have until the election day to do it, so
yeah. But better to do it early.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, that does suck.
I want to do that, because ever since they talked about it on the Bombcast, like, oh yeah, I did vote for mail. Like I mailed in my vote. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do that. Like not. And that's so weird to look up the information for that, because like it's like a whole form you have to fill out and like put it out and stuff like that. It's like, man, like mailing, like I haven't mailed anything in like forever, so like that might be something I have to do.
Yeah, my friend, my coworker, that's what it was. My friend at work, they mailed in their vote, and they're like, I didn't even have to talk to anyone. I'm like, God, that sounds nice. I also don't want to go to the post office, so like. I guess you could probably drop it in like a USPS like mailbox. So, yeah, it's over. How's your week's been, guys? Tony, option, life.
It was all right. Then knocking some stuff out, getting some stuff done, getting some plans planned for the Extra Life Spectacular.
Yeah, we're on. I recorded a nice little hype video for it that hopefully I'll be editing together over the next week.
Mm-hmm.
Extra Life is next weekend, so it's a week from today.
Alex and I are going to spend a large amount of time together next week. It's weird.
What did you say, Nabshin?
I think we should probably actually mention that on the podcast.
Yeah,
I think we're bad at that.
Yeah, we're gonna. I want to record on Thursday next week. When we got some people in town, and that way that'll give me enough time to edit it and hopefully get it out Friday.
Did you want me to maybe skip that one? Because I won't be there till Friday.
Yeah, maybe just so I can like get it out quick, and we'll have like a bunch of guests that we can rotate through.
Okay.
Yeah. It's up to you though. If you want to be on,
that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
That would give you some time. Get your affairs in order before you die during actual life. I'm looking forward to hanging out again, though, Nabishin. We haven't had Extra Life together in like 3 years.
Yeah, that's been 3 years.
Yeah. And I'm looking forward to just like seeing everybody again.
Yep.
It's. I'm very like flattered about like all these people are flying from like all over the country just to hang out with us. Yeah, it is super weird. Coming from like 5 different states. That's like a tenth of the United States. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. We got some stuff planned. We have a doc up. We can't the problem is there's so many of us. We can't really do production meetings until we're all together, because having a Skype call with 40 people on it, not actually 40, but having a Skype call with a bunch of people on it is not feasible. But yeah, I have a video up, or I have a video that I recorded that I'll get up, and hopefully there will be some kind of hints as to some of the stuff we'll be getting up. Most of that we're actually going to announce probably the day before Extra Life. I'm going to put together an image, and I'm going to update. I made the Extra Life page on Extra Life's website, extra-life.org. If you search Irrational Passions there, you'll get it up. I haven't gotten the Irrational Passions web page up on our website. But that will be up. It's going to be irrationalpassions.com/extra life. But that'll be all together soon enough. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. What do you got planned, Tony?
For Extra Life?
Yeah. I don't know if you have
It's a
anything
surprise.
specific planned.
Surprise.
It's a surprise.
Yeah.
Is it like a good surprise, or is this a surprise that's actually going to make me very angry?
It's a good surprise.
Is it also the other thing?
No.
No, I promise. Cool. Good. How's your week been, Navashin?
My week has been it's been trying, but like it's gotten better by
Okay.
like today.
Good.
Mostly because I've been using Tinder again, and
Oh, boy.
it has proven to
Uh-oh.
be still very bad for me to
Yeah.
actually do something like that. And like because like I decided to actually put money into it this time, and like I was going to give it like 1 month to actually like to actually see something happen. So I was trying to do something that will commit me to actually keep it on my phone without me like getting discouraged and deleting it again. So yeah, I've been doing that for a month. This has proven not to be great. I've gone through maybe like 20, and every single one of them were like start conversation, and then I mentioned something about like, wow, there's a lot of spam bots on here, and then immediately after that they just like just disappear. It's like, oh, you were a spam bot, so okay, that's great.
Yeah.
I actually have one that I have been talking to, but she hasn't replied to me in like a few days, so I can't hang on to that. So
Gotta move on.
Yeah, you have to, and like it's more of like it's more of like when I think about using Tinder, like Tinder is something definitely if someone who doesn't really have stakes in it, like if you're just using it to like fuck around and see like if something happens, it happens, and that's fine. And I'm not that type of person, so this is very very bad for me. I'm realizing that after like using it for I think this has been my 3rd week with it, so I only have like 2 more weeks of it, and I'll delete it again because that makes me feel better.
Yeah, maybe
But-
Tinder is like good just for the good feeling it gives you when you delete it, right?
Maybe. I mean, that's pretty much online dating in general for
Yeah.
me. Like going through this month with Tinder has made me realize like this is 100% not a thing I can do. I have to meet someone in person and have that actually happen. The thing I was telling you earlier about like me going with my friend and actually doing that has been put off for so many times because of his reasons or my reasons or whatever. So I'm probably gonna have to like actually take a Saturday off eventually and like actually get this done.
Hit the town.
Yeah. So
Yeah, we'll coordinate. We'll get somebody to fill in the shoes for that night or something.
yeah. So that's been that, and yeah, and because of that, I've been feeling really low, and I haven't seen my friends in like a good while now. So I actually text them today. Like I've been texting them like, hey, what are you doing tonight? And like they've been busy because like it's, it's Halloween. NecoCon's like the week afterwards, so like Katie's on full craft mode, and Mark's there supporting her and actually helping her as well. So like they haven't been streaming or doing anything as of late. So like all they've been doing is focusing on their thing. So like I text them and say, hey, you guys are up to anything? And it's like, yeah, like no, we're kind of busy, but like what's wrong? And something up, and it's like, oh, kind of miss you guys. I need my smiles, and like I haven't had any smiles lately. And then they felt sad about that. So I'm supposed to be hanging out with them tomorrow as they look for a house. So that should help out.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I'm glad that it's picking up. I know Sunday's typically your day to hang out with them, so.
It hasn't been as of late actually. So
No bueno.
yeah. So we'll make something happen with that. Other than that, it's been zero escaping, pretty much nothing else. It's been weird. I think that's really when my depression started sitting in. It's like when I beat that game, that means I had nothing else to go to because like everything else seems inadequate and just like not worth my time at the moment. Then and there. So it's like I just build this time with my friends, and I couldn't build that time with my friends. So like, it's like fuck, I just get nothing but work and home and loneliness, and that's it. So
Yeah, no,
But,
the emotional arc of watching you play that series has been incredible.
yeah, that's me though.
Cool. Anything else, Tony?
Nah, dude, it's been a pretty chill week.
You excited about moving?
Yeah. I am definitely getting some things into place for that. But a lot of that won't really like tick over until closer to when I actually do, and like halfway through December. So yeah, should be good.
It's gonna be weird. We're not gonna be able to do it Game of the Year together.
It is gonna be a little weird.
We haven't done. We did 2 years in a row of all of us together for Game of the Year, so it'll be the first time since what 2013.
Yeah,
Has it been 2? I thought it had been 3.
Shit,
We were together in 13, I believe.
it might have been. Yeah, it might have been 3.
It'll have been 2012.
I think we've been together for 2012 as well. Well, parts of it, like parts of it we were. Parts of it
Yeah,
we
yeah,
weren't.
that's the one we had to. That Scott had to leave early through that one.
Yeah, I know. I know that I'm driving, so that's gonna be interesting.
Oh, dude, that sounds like a nightmare.
That sounds like Tony Horvath to me.
Wait, why?
Like when you're determined to get somewhere, you always willing to drive.
Well, I guess I'm driving there.
I guess I'm just driving there. Well, the idea is like I can put a bunch of stuff in my car that I'll need like immediately, or like within the first month or whatever, and then I'll just have some stuff ready and I'll ship it once I'm ready to do that. And like I'll just have my parents drop it off at the post office or whatever and have it shipped to me.
Yeah.
And that way I get to keep my car thing. Because I don't want to just fly somewhere and then not have one.
Yeah.
So
I already know when I move to California, I'm selling my car, so.
well, you won't need it
there.
if you're living in a city.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, so it'll definitely be an interesting experience. It takes like 40 hours to drive from here to there or something. So that'll be very interesting.
If Jason A. Stryker can drive from Minnesota or Minneapolis, whatever, Wisconsin? I don't know what. Where's Minneapolis? What state is Minneapolis in?
Illinois?
Yeah.
No, it's not Illinois.
Indiana?
No.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's either
I don't know my
Wisconsin
states.
or Minnesota.
What even is this country?
He drove from there to California.
Yeah.
I mean, he drove from there from Atlanta at first, too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Jesus.
probably like, I don't know. I'll spend most of the day driving for like 3 days and then stay at a hotel or whatever.
Yeah. Sleep in your car. Kick up your feet. No,
I won't be able to because it'll be full of shit.
Yeah, it's going to be full of hot garbage.
Yeah.
Minnesota is what the chat is saying. Okay.
Is Nate in there?
When it comes to geography, Alex don't know shit, says Harold, which is funny.
Fact.
Is who and where?
None of us do.
I was thinking it was Nate in the chat.
Yeah, he is.
I wanted to say hi to him. We had some good talks this week, so.
Oh, good. Shout out
Yeah.
to Nate for continuing to be a lovely human being.
Yeah.
He also thought Minneapolis was in France, so there you go. It's an Australian for you. These kids.
Yeah, let me drive to California from France.
It was good to have Nate call in last week, just because he's become such a character on our show.
Yeah, we gotta get that Danny Wars out of the circulation, put Nate in there.
Yeah, exactly.
there you
Get the bet win will be Nate's love and respect.
Shit. Then I might actually have to try harder on the bets.
Oh shit, we're gonna have to get Scott's fucking bet.
I mean, like, it kind of doesn't matter this week.
I mean, like,
because of news.
what? How so?
Of the bet? From last week's?
From last week? Yeah. What happened? I don't
The
remember.
Bethesda thing?
Oh yeah. I don't remember what last week's bet was.
It was the Skyrim.
It was Skyrim related.
Yeah, Skyrim PS3. How much that get mentioned?
Let me pull it up because again, I don't remember. True enough. Yeah, that's right. Because I'm not giving out review. I actually requested a review copy for that game too. Anyway, so my week I had so in my unnamed place of employment, I had an interview for a promotion, which I'd never done before. I've never worked anywhere long enough to get a raise or a promotion or benefits.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I had an interview. I killed it. It was great. Which is like, it was a very good feeling. Like, I thought I would do well. I typically interview all right. I think like on a one-on-one environment, I'm a relatively good conversationalist person. But yeah, like they had like a lot of questions about the stuff that I've done, like made-wise. So I had plenty to talk about. It was good to have that. So that was cool. I have another interview I have to do for that at some point. It's probably gonna be over the phone.
Is it like a supervisor?
Yeah, so like I interviewed with two of my managers, and then the next one is basically the manager of the market area.
Okay.
So, and from what I've been told by other people, that it's more of like a formality type thing. So, which is nice. So I'm feeling pretty confident about it. And like both the people that interviewed me initially were like blown away. Like they were like not blown away, but they were like very excited for me.
It's that gif of Aaron, like this getting blown away.
Yeah. I was like looking at a bunch of like Game Grumps gifs, trying to find a way to incorporate them into Alex Talks. I couldn't find a good context to do so, but yeah. But yeah, so that was fun. I'm trying to think, man, just like I worked so much this week and slept so little because I had to edit Alex Talks, and I put like I always put hours and hours of work into editing those episodes, but like this week especially, and we'll get to it when we get to like housekeeping, but yeah, I'm very proud of this week's episode. I don't know if either of you have watched it, but I think it's the best looking episode. And
I have watched it. Yes.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I did.
Good.
I love to talk about the Last of Us and stuff.
Yeah, about the games and the such.
No, like it's always been something. Well, it was really something that popped up like last year, especially in the Game of the Year, about like having like the one true story. So it was like you had precedent for it. So like having who was the one who brought it up?
Ian,
like having Ian like come to you from that perspective on your favorite game, then it's like, oh, okay, then it's like,
yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Essentially. Yeah. And it's like the thing is, I wrote a little bit about it of like, you know, I know Persona. It's funny because Persona 4 is such a like, it's a JRPG. Most people don't like JRPGs. I feel like I feel like a lot of people, of all of the people that play games, right? In 1993, most people like JRPGs because it was a smaller pool, and like those were the games, right?
Yeah, that was the first-person shooter of that realm.
Exactly. It was most video game developers at the time were Japanese, right? At least the biggest ones were the AAA developers. And now, like, it's video games reach such a broad audience and like so many different kinds of people that I understand that not everybody's gonna like every game, but I feel like that's still something everyone incessantly argues about. So like Persona 4 being my favorite game, I understand that because of the genre it is and because of the tropes it leans on, a lot of people probably won't like that game, and that's fine. I think for a JRPG, it's very different and very approachable, and I think a lot of people would definitely tend to agree with that. But like, I say it's kind of like the nature of the beast, right? I understand that like I'm kind of fighting an uphill battle preaching that one, and that it's just gonna rub a lot of people the wrong way. Like if you're a guy that would rather play Battlefield 1 and Titanfall and Call of Duty, like, and not things kind of outside that realm, like maybe Persona 4 is probably not going to do anything for you. Like that's just the reality of it. But that doesn't mean like we have to shit all over it, and that doesn't mean I have to get all upset about that. So
I mean, like, you could also come from the aspect like you met like tons of people that that you introduced the game to, and it has done something for them.
Yeah.
Like John Anderson and Nikki, and like like I think there's something to that as well. Like it might not work with everybody, but like it is that kind of game though. I still feel.
Yeah, totally. And I think part of that is like the knowing that it's a game that I like and these are my friends that I'm introducing it to, right? And I think coming at it from the perspective of like every game that exists is somebody's favorite game, right? We've had that kind of conversation before on this show. And like somebody really likes this game, and there's probably like a really good reason why they like it. Maybe it was something that they brought to it that you couldn't bring to it. Because like let's say you knew a girl that was like a girl in a game, and like you were best friends in real life, and then you were best friends in that game, and it like really resonated with you. And like not everyone can bring that experience into a game, but like if you talk to me and you're like, oh wow, like Alex said this and this about this game, and he made me see it from a different perspective with his perspective, then that's like great. Then maybe you can appreciate it on a different level, and maybe it will end up resonating with you. And I think that's part of it. That's part of criticism. That's part of that relationship between the critic and the game, and the critic and the viewer. And I think that's really interesting. And like so, like I've had that idea kind of rolling around for a while. That's the most recent Alex Talks that I had written. I wrote that back in August. Whereas the other two I had written kind of earlier in the year and late last year. Like the first one I wrote when I played Rise of the Tomb Raider. So like, yeah, it was an idea I was really, really passionate about. And it went over way better than I thought. A lot of people said that this was their favorite one. Where I was like super worried about this one because I felt like it might be a little preachy. And I know that sometimes turns people away. But I think the viewer and the audience that we've made gets what I'm trying to say and knows that I'm not trying to be patronizing enough that it resonated with them. So I really appreciate that to everyone who watches the bonus content that's watched it. I appreciate that. What blew me away the most was when Roger Percorny texted me and said, like, dude, holy shit. Like, he was like, this is the best thing you've ever made. And that was like, as he is the master of the visual essay, in my opinion, that really resonated with me. So I'm really glad that he liked it a lot. And I like that he posted a comment on it that just said, fantastic. Like, all lowercase. So... thank you to everyone who watched that. You guys ready to start the real show?
Yeah.
We can check in with the chat real quick. Some people posted in there. Let's see. What did you fucking text us, Tony?
What are you talking about?
Oh, the GIF. Got it. That's really good. Wouldn't you like to know? It was the Aaron getting blown away GIF for kids at home. Justin Graffius says, someday I'm going to get one of you to play Digital Devil Saga. It's one of my favorite Shin Megami Tensei games. Ivan Lekovich says, I've thought about getting into Shin Megami Tensei. I hear it's worse than Dark Souls when it comes to difficulty. The Shin Megami Tensei series, not the Persona series from what I understand, is definitely really hard. I feel like it has a reputation for being really hard. Justin says, they're interesting RPGs. The problem most people have with the regular series is you get demons by luck. And Nate says, trying to get myself out of bed. Haha. It's too comfy at the moment. Which is funny. It's summer for him. He's got no excuse. He also says, is Danny going to hunt me down like Highlander and reclaim his power? And Justin says, I think Tony can drive over the ocean. He has that kind of power. Wow, that's some high expectations.
Whoa. Whoa.
Damn, people think a lot of you, Tony.
I know, it's weird.
Seeing if anything. Some stuff about the election. Nate says, I would be scared if I was going up against hashtag Team Van Aken. Bless. I was asked to be on Alex Van Aken's team during the Overwatch versus Van Aken versus
you and
Blessing. Yeah, Alex asked Tony and I, but I think Blessing like indirectly had asked me, so I want to follow up with him, and I think it would be definitely way better if like Tony and I are on opposing teams just to make this fucking
True.
run deep. I also think that maybe I should just stay impartial. I think Nate was saying in Austin they turn every high school into voting facilities. What do they do in the USA? And yeah, Harold responded, but yeah, it's like schools, elementary, middle school, and high schools, any public school, churches, any public or government facility, typically. That's what they turn voting centers into. Thank you to everyone who's watching live. We love you guys. All right, you guys ready to start recording?
Let me open it. Sorry, I didn't even do a voice check.
No worries.
Right now.
You guys got a minute. So I guess we're gonna have to null out this bet unless we can.
We can carry over to next week.
Yeah, we could. I'll check Metacritic to see if there are any reviews up.
Last time I checked, there was like 3, I believe. So, I actually have a somewhat of an idea for
There are 3
for something else as well. It'll be
Okay.
a game.
Oh, that's a lot of internet for one day.
Oh, what a game!
I just stumbled upon an artist's rendition of Atheon as an anime girl.
Oh my God, send it to me.
There's also a Crota as well. Hold on. Let me put this in the chat real quick. Paste.
Gotta see this.
All right, that should be good. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, well, I have to see this. Atheon as an anime female. Oh my God, that's adorable.
There's a Crota as well.
I gotta see this Crota shit. Yep, not as adorable, I think, but
Yeah,
a little too green.
little green.
A little green. All right, you guys ready?
Then again, you haven't seen Crota yet.
I kind of saw him. Her. It. Him.
It's a guy.
Sklee.
Sklee. All right, on 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello.
We did it, fam. We did it.
It's because we them boys.
Yeah, we them boys.
So funny.
It's so funny. I'm so glad that was the title. Danny didn't say anything to me about it. Also,
Fuck him.
hashtag fuck Danny. Oh, Silver PR's got a game for us this week, by the way.
Shit.
I haven't listened to it yet, but he put instructions in the email.
Oh, good.
So I'm excited about it. He said it's NES based, NES games based. Let me make
Nate
sure.
said to put it on Twitter, Tony, by the way.
What's that?
The Atheon picture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me.
Yeah, please, we need this. It's them boys.
Let me... All right, I'm posting it on the Twitter. I'm gonna use the hashtag for reference.
Sure. I haven't used that in a while, as a matter of fact, I'm thinking about.
Yeah, there you go. What news happened, Namashin? We got the Kingdom Hearts, the Nintendo Switch unveil thing. I'll put Waypoint in here.
No Man's Sky.
Oh, well, that was just a Twitter account getting hacked.
Yeah, well, we've talked about that kind of stuff before.
Sure. Mostly Peter Molyneux, though. That's only because I didn't know if that was real or not. Of course, because I'm the dumbest person ever.
I think Bethesda's the biggest thing. because that's like a discussion about games reviews and whatnot.
I guess I should probably post Crota as well. Hold on.
Remember, to people watching live, you can always tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with hashtag IPQ. We will read them in the mail sack. I know I saw a couple of people there watching tweeted some. I just want to make sure everybody knew. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
It is Saturday, October 29th, 2016, and you are listening to Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 301. I am your host, Alex O'Neill, and with me this week, I have no Scott Guthier. As a single tear runs down the collective face of us all. Tony Horvath.
Hello.
And Brian Nabashin Jackson. Oh, my God.
Welcome to the Halloween special of Irrational Passions. I had to drag that out a little bit.
I fucking love you, Nabashin. I forgot that you did that last year, too. That was so
I did
good.
that the year before as well.
I know. I always forget. It's my Halloween surprise.
Yeah, dude.
There you go. Welcome to the Irrational Passions Halloween special. It's going to be an extra spoopy
It's going to get real
episode.
spoopy in here.
Oh, it's going to be the spoopiest.
Spoopy.
Oh, I got to tweet that out. This is the spoopiest podcast we've ever done.
It's so spoopy.
Yeah. No, I'm excited. Well, hey, welcome. We're in the Irrational Passions podcast season 3.
Hey, hello.
Hi. We are...
For what terms I specified for the end of season 2 when we started season 2, whenever that was. But I feel like it probably hasn't actually happened yet.
I believe season 2 began at the episode 200.
Was it?
I think so. And we...
Does that make episode 0 through episode 99 all season 0? It's all the prologue?
Or season episode 0 through 199 was season 1, and we're like the OC, which had a longer first season than it did any of the other seasons.
Get it.
So the OC, I have a podcast on this. Don't worry, I'm a professional.
Jesus.
It's very sad because of Extra Life. We won't be able to record some episodes of the Bro C, so we're gonna miss a week for the first time. John's very sad about it. It's okay. We'll be fine. We record 3 episodes at a time. It's another fucking 3 hours I have to dedicate to recording podcasts a week, and one set is a goddamn enough. Okay.
All right.
That's what I'm saying here. But yeah, so thank you to everyone who listened or tuned in live to our episode 300 extravaganza. We talked about it a little bit in bonus content. We were very, very happy afterwards. It was a good feeling, good vibes all around. Thank you to all of we have some of the best listeners of any podcast ever, as far as I'm concerned. I do want to give a special shout out this week. This is totally unrelated to 300 or podcast or whatever. And it's funny because man needs no shout out. He shouts me out on his podcast sometimes though, and he did me a really big favor this week. Shout out to my friend Greg Miller, because he helped me out with something this week. I just wanted to give him a shout out. I don't want to talk too much about it because it's a little logistical, but dude he's very, very kind, way kinder than he ever needed to be to me, and I continue to appreciate it. And I wanted to give him a shout out because he's amazing. And for folks who listen to PS I Love You and also listen to Irrational Passions podcast, I would love it if people took some time to give a little PS We Love You to Greg Miller at Game Over Greggy on Twitter, because he did me a huge favor this week, and I really, really appreciate it. So just want to take a minute to say that. I also want to shout out, obviously, to everyone who called in last week.
Yeah, for sure.
Unorthodox podcasts. We don't normally take live calls, but every 50 episodes we gotta break open Skype and remind ourselves why we switched to Google Hangout, but also hate that. Thank you to everyone who called in. It was good to kind of get those faces and those voices back on the show. And a lot of people just said some of the sweetest stuff. Silver PR, Jerry, Trevor, everyone. So thank you to everyone who called in. And I don't know. I got some ideas for the future of Irrational Passions. I got a lot of questions last weekend for Sunday chats, asking about like what's the future of Irrational Passions. The one thing I said is I would love. It would have to be like the right person, but maybe incorporating a fifth host, like getting
back to that mythical 5 number,
the 5-man show or five person show, I should say.
Yeah, 4 is not a lot for us, but it's been the norm of the past like 100 episodes.
Yeah, we've had like a really good pacing with 4 people.
Yeah,
because like IP was originally 3, then 4, and then we had 4 for a while, and then Tony came on. And I feel like 5 was a good number for us.
Yeah, we stayed at that for like the next 60 episodes.
It was even longer than that because when Nabishin came on and then Joe kind of stopped coming on.
That's true.
It was still 5 people for the most part.
Yeah.
So we do cool stuff with 5 people. Obviously, it makes planning guests a little bit of a logistical nightmare. Just because 6 people on a podcast.
6 people's a lot. Yeah.
Probably too many. And maybe we can, if we do get a 5th host in the future, maybe we can have it so like one person would sit out a week. We would have a guest. But I don't know. Like, I like having guests on the show, but I also like the idea of the show growing and doing new things, and having a new voice on here would definitely help with that. But we haven't talked too much about stuff. I have some ideas, but we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thank you, just everyone. Amazing people. So here we go. Strap in. 301. It's all downhill from here. So I feel like we said that last time. It's just getting better. I hope. So let's kick off the show with some housekeeping. A lot of stuff happening in the Irrational Passions mythosphere. First up, if you haven't listened to it, Irrational Passions Podcast episode 300 happened. It was good. You should listen to it. You should watch it. Listen to it.
Good show.
Yeah, it was a good show. 4 hours long, but whatever.
It's fine. Normal. That's normal. Yeah.
Alex Talks season 3, episode 3 is up now. The Ultimate Experience, as it's titled. Apparently, according to the masses, according to the wonderful viewers of Alex Talks, the best episode yet. I'm definitely really, really proud of it. I nearly killed myself editing it this week. I really like that episode. I'm really, really happy with how it came out. I think it's the best looking episode of Alex Talks. I didn't even have to do color correction on it because I did some things differently, set up the lights a little bit differently, and it looks really, really sharp, I think. And hopefully will continue to look even better in the future. And I talked a lot about experience, how different people play games differently, and how different games of different formats kind of resonate with, appeal to different audiences, essentially. And how kind of one playthrough is never truly the same as another. So I would recommend it. Also, for folks who don't know, if you go to irrationalpassions.com and click on Alex Talks through there, not only can you watch it there, but I also write a companion mini article along with it to kind of give you a little bit of context for the idea behind the episode, maybe expanding on some of the things I said, and maybe giving just a little bit more awareness of the message I'm trying to send with that episode. So I also state in there, after the 4th episode of Season 3, there will be a bit of a break before the 5th episode of Season 3 of Alex Talks, because Game of the Year is coming up. So I will there's probably going to be a little bit longer of a break after 2 weeks after the next episode's up. Then there's going to be one episode, and that's going to be the last episode of 2016 for Alex Talks. and then I will probably start back up toward the end of January after we're clear of Game of the Year stuff. So a heads
That
up.
stuff is nuts.
Yeah, it's very time consuming, both because I have to record it and because I have to edit it. So, yeah, it's gonna be crazy, but maybe we'll be managing it a little bit better this year. Other stuff on the site. My review of Batman: The Telltale Series Episode 2 finally went up, which I'd written a while ago. That's another thing I played this week, Novishin. I remember that.
I played that too. Shit. Did you review episode 1 as well? I didn't.
I reviewed episode 1. Now the review for episode 2 is up. Again, I'd written that when episode 2 had come out. I've now written almost all of episode 3's review, and that'll hopefully go up in a reasonable amount of time. I do want to sit on it a little bit and think about it a bit more. But you can read my review of episode 2. I kind of talk about how I want to do those reviews. I will reference some of the stuff in the episode I'm reviewing in a bit more of a more encompassing way versus like just avoiding talking about any story details at all, because I feel like it's really important. I've tried to dance around it in Telltale reviews in the past, with my kind of full season review being more spoiler filled, but I just it's not working for the like episode by episode reviews for me. So, and
when do you separate them? Maybe like not really separate them, but like have the top section be the general thoughts, and then like the bottom section be the spoiler thoughts.
I kind of talk about it in like the way you would review a TV episode.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more like linear through how the episode plays out. But like I don't spoil the whole episode. I don't spoil the ending of the episode, and I just kind of talk in general terms. Just keep in mind, if you didn't want to know anything about the episode in question, don't read the review. I say it at the top, so keep that in mind. It's I feel like episodic game reviews work better because if you've already bought into the season, it works better if you play the episode and you're like, I want to get somebody's opinion about it. So maybe if I do a full season review of Batman, it'll be non-spoilery. But just keep that in mind for those reviews going forward. And Logan Wilkinson's got a new piece up. Mafia 3 tells the year's most important story. And he actually, it's a really, really good piece. He does a little bit of storytelling from an experience he had with that game. He dances around kind of like talking about the things that game talks about in a really, really good way. And it's a good piece. I think it's worth reading if you haven't yet. So that's everything on the website. Trying to think.
Extra Life.
Oh yeah, Extra Life. Thank you. God,
That's a weird thing we do.
So next weekend, next Saturday, the 5th of November. I mean, we've been talking about it on Twitter and hyping it up everywhere else, but we are doing Extra Life. We've got a whole bunch of people flying in from all over the country to Maryland to do it with us. So it's going to be it will be an event. Let's say it will be a show, one hell of a show, hopefully. I'm very much looking forward to it. Hopefully, and I'm not going to promise anything because I have almost zero time. I will have time Monday, but we'll see. Hopefully, by the time this episode goes up, irrationalpassions.com/Extra Life will go to our Extra Life page, which will, by the time we start streaming on the next Saturday, a week from today that we're recording this, there will be a schedule up, or at least a rough schedule. And we've got some events planned, some challenges planned. We won't. It seems like we won't really have prizes to give away, like giveaways and stuff. We've tried some of that stuff in the past. It's difficult to kind of organize if we didn't have it pre-planned. So just keep that in mind. I know that might be a bummer for some people, but that is where we're at. Regardless, it'll be a show worth donating money to a good cause for. So if you want to have a good time and watch a fun show with some of your favorite Irrational Passions cinematic universe characters, that is what that is going to be for sure.
And then it's going to be a 24-hour long show, mind you.
I did try to get Damien on this episode. It's worth noting.
Okay. Oh, man.
No, I'm bummed out.
Damien.
I'm bummed out too. Yeah, he was like, "Oh, I work late that night." I'm like, it's okay. Because that way he would have been on the show before he's on Extra Life.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
He will be on next week's show. So,
okay.
So we're going to be recording the podcast on Thursday next week, or this coming week. So
Oh,
2
I
days.
won't even be on. It's great.
Yeah, and Namisha
It's
won't be there.
that whole Danny group. I just can't be on when they're
It's true.
on.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes sense.
Sorry, you're not missing it. No. So we will be live, like Google Hangouts live, like normal. I think we're gonna do like a little bit of a rotating chair that episode. So we'll have 3 people on at a time and rotate people in and out for fun. And it's gonna be us kind of talking about what we want to do for Extra Life and games we've been playing, and not really news centric, kind of like we always do with our pre-Extra Life shows. So we have that to look forward to. That's gonna be fun. So that'll be next Thursday live. I'm not sure what time, but obviously if you stay tuned to @IrrationalPod on Twitter, you'll know. Extra Life is going to be a lot of fun. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. Sunday of next week, or this coming weekend. So, stay tuned. We'll be talking about it on Twitter. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh my god, do you guys hear that?
What?
My cat is just fucking howling.
No.
God damn it, he's such a baby. Anytime Derek leaves the house, he just starts whining. Anyway, that's it. That's it for housekeeping. I think. Am I missing anything? Did I forget anything?
No other reviews on the site or anything?
No other reviews. We got more stuff cooking. As always, the writers are always kind of working on stuff, but things might slow down a little bit because I've got Extra Life coming up. But outside of that, yeah. So yeah, if you haven't watched it, go watch Alex Talks, youtube.com/RationalPassions. It's a good episode. I hope you like it. Let's talk about video games. How's that sound?
Video games.
Abishin, let's do it. You
What?
finished it. You
Yeah.
finished Zero Time Dilemma.
Yeah, I did.
It destroyed you.
It did something.
It did something, all right.
Fuck, man.
So tell me, how was it satisfying? Was it good? Give me the details without without spoiling anything, of course.
Yeah, obviously. So I beat that game.
You beat the hell out of that game.
Yeah, I did, man. Like, it was definitely like one of those things like when you had a flow of it and you just can't stop after a while, and you have to keep on going because like you won't be able to sleep or anything. Like God, like when I got to like a penultimate moment of that game, that was maybe like at 12 o'clock that morning. And then it was like I can't go anywhere else. I can't do anything else until like I see the result of that moment. So like
Yeah, I know that feel.
yeah, that was like till like I think 9. No, because it was midnight. It was midnight when I beat that game. So I guess that was like 12 hours.
That was the end of. I don't know if you remember. That was the end of chapter 4 or 5 of Danganronpa for me.
Slight details.
Which is when something happens to your character.
Okay.
And I was like, I can't not. It's 5:30 in the morning now. I'm not sleeping. And then like I basically got farther enough into the next chapter to know like, oh, okay, okay, and then went to bed. So yeah, I know that feeling.
For sure. But yeah, that is definitely my game of the year. Like there's probably only other 2 games I could like somewhat throw in it, but like it's just been like the whole experience of playing the whole Zero Escape series this entire year and in these 2 months, and like really makes it like that special to me.
Mm-hmm.
And also like I should get this out of the way right now. When we eventually do game of the year, this will be number 10. And it's number 10 because it's something that, like I've said before, you can't play this game without playing the other games. Number 1, number 2, it was like an all-encompassed experience playing this game. Like it's so like I can't tell you like it's so it's so good. Like It's a weird feeling because like
Is it like the payoffs in like Mass Effect 3, right? Where it's like this would be nothing to anyone else, or is it better or is it worse?
It doesn't. This is way above Mass Effect.
Wow.
Like
I mean, hey, that's a big deal for you to say. So
no, because like it's so much more. It's like like for the most part, I should say, everything as far as like how like even like a certain game even starts and how that's even explained. Like they go through it so well and they do it so good that like it's like yes, like I can't believe like because like there was a moment where like you see a situation how something that happened to a character, and immediately as you see him, he's like, and you're like, oh my god, is this where it starts? Is this where it starts? And then like you hear this dialogue that was from like a game or two ago that's in this game, and it's like, oh my god, like it all connects. It all
That's
connects,
awesome.
and I was losing my goddamn mind. Like
Your tweets while you were playing this game were fucking incredible. Like I know multiple people that like follow the Irrational Passions crew, and they're like going crazy.
like it's something like because like this particular series is extra special to me. Like it's kind of like in a Kingdom Hearts kind of way. Like Kingdom Hearts, no one introduced it to me. Like it was something I saw a commercial of, and like didn't know, I wasn't into reviews at the time. Like, oh, I see this kid talking to Jack Skellington. I'm gonna get this game. That was my reason to get Kingdom Hearts, and that's why that series is so special to me, and that's why it's like number one for me, as far as like a game series. And like as far as Zero Escape, there was no real reason for me to ever really get into it. It was just something that like I heard passingly that like people really enjoy it, but like I didn't know it was like this much. I didn't know it was like something that was like to this extent of like how much love and like a fever for this game um like when I eventually saw like the fan base for this series is like, yeah, they're really into it. It's like a series like a Danganronpa or something like that, or someone's like really into it, or really like I have a fever for it. Like personally for me, like I feel Zero Escape is better than Danganronpa for like certain reasons. I don't really want to get into that.
I feel like I also think that's really fair because Danganronpa hasn't had the payoff moment yet, right? Like I feel like that series could have a payoff moment, and that hasn't happened yet.
You could kind of say that was the end of 2.
You could. I feel like it's got to go deeper. If that's, I think that's a fair thing to say, but that game feels like a trilogy to me.
I mean, like the way Danganronpa 3 is shaping up, as good as it looks. Like
I don't know anything about Danganronpa.
yeah, I know. Like like the way Ultra Despair Girls ended, and like how that connects in. Like it's gonna be good. I'm feeling like that's gonna be like. It's going to be great, but it's not going to be great for the reasons that made the first 2 games great. I feel it's going to be connected, but not connected in the way that you would probably want.
Okay, that's fair. Like honestly, the first Danganronpa game as like just a standalone
game by itself,
is like it's got the payoff. It's got everything in that just one game. It just gets
and
as it goes on.
And that's also like 999.
Yeah,
which I
talk about that on Twitter as well.
Yeah, that I still say that's my favorite of the series, because that's like that game by itself, like it's self-contained, is like just a great game for itself. Like I said, there's still like issues with it, like as far as like scrolling through all the dialogue and like not being able to skip through and stuff like that. But there's like the character interactions and like and like I said, that ending, the reason why you have to play on the DS, that whole reason makes that game extra special. I will say that like there's 2 things in Zero Escape, the Zero Time Dilemma, the last one, that's like kind of like not exactly that great. Like how it ended is great and it pays off and is really good, but doesn't fill up everything. So it's like you almost had it, but like not quite there, but still awesome.
Yeah,
that's one thing.
It's a difficult thing to do. So yeah.
Yeah, very much so. And like, and there's also like, there's one thing in this game that's like that's stretching it a little bit, and that's funny to say when you like talk about like a series that's like it's like like a total absurd series, and like but like this one little thing that's a little more absurd, and he's like that's like that's a little too much. That's a little much to swallow, but like
is
whatever.
It like Kingdom Hearts?
Like give an example of Kingdom Hearts.
I don't know, time travel.
Yeah,
that was like Dream Drop Distance. Of all of the ridiculous things that happen in that franchise, is the hardest for me to swallow.
Yeah, I would say that. Okay. But like, it's like it's a side thing. It's not really that important, so that's why it's not that big of a deal in this one. Cool. As much as it's 3D is.
Okay.
But yeah, like I love this series.
Did Zero Time Dilemma come out this year?
Yes, it did.
Wow.
That's why I said.
Yeah, I was like thinking like I didn't know that came out this year. So that's why I was like, wait.
That came out in June or July. I think it's July.
Okay, yeah. I feel, now I think I remember that being like a summer release. Okay.
But man, like just playing something like that made me makes me want to like do something like that at least like once a year. Just play something different. Play something I pretty much know nothing about.
Your conversations about this make me like want to replay Danganronpa because it like your passion for it is how I felt about that game. Of course, like I could probably feel that same way about 999. I just like I don't know if I would have the wherewithal to get through all 3 games this year. So
yeah, it was definitely like a dedication I had to put to it, and like as good as Virtue Last Reward is, like that one is the slowest of the ones, and that's the middle one. Though still really good in its own way. Yeah, like there's nothing more I can really say about it. Like
yeah, dude, your hype is so good though. I love it.
I love that game.
Yeah,
like it is so good. Like I said, like I tweeted, it was like I haven't had a series. It's been a while since I had a series when I was want to like go on top of like a mountaintop and just like with tears in my eyes and just scream out like it's so fucking good. Like I just want to like just do that. But like yeah, that's the big thing, man.
That's the big thing, man. Yeah, I wanted Nobshin to go first just because like Zero Time Dilemma stuff, and I had to know. I wanted it out.
Just gotta get it in you.
I like anytime Nobshin gets hype about something, man. It just it gives me chills.
And like I could fight for more than 10, but like it doesn't make sense to do that.
I like you're like getting ready for your arguments. You're like, okay,
yeah, but I can't say anything that would make it like I can like my passion is there and I want it to be like represented more, but like being on the list number 1 is fine, good enough as it is, and like being at the bottom is fine. It's fine. Like it's gonna get to me, but it's fine. Like,
I feel like I wouldn't write it off as being number 10. Like I feel like it could be higher, just because. Just like knowing like the games that are going to be on my list this year, I feel like I'm probably not going to be able to sell a whole lot higher up than like the bottom 5, just from what I've played so far. So like I don't know. This year has been weird because like all of us have been so all over the place.
Yeah, I said it's been a weird year, dude.
It's been it's been a great year in my opinion. I know it has been as great for you.
No, I said weird. Like I know it's like I know I'm an outlier for this. I'm saying it's been a weird year. That's all.
But like for example, like you and I love Uncharted 4, but like Scott and Tony are the exact opposite of that. So like, that's going to be way lower than I want it to be. But I understand like to balance kind of all of our group opinions out. You know, that's just
that's the point.
That's the way it's. Yeah, it's like we got to balance it so like it's comfortable for all of us. So like you're so passionate about it and we love it and all of us typically, except for Scott, like those kinds of games. So like I could totally see it. But it's point for it.
But it's more of like I don't know how much the others are factoring into it because like I did play it back to back to back, and it's all like a whole circle of things. Like maybe
one big thing for you.
Yeah, so it's like if I were to put the whole VR like the whole Zero Escape series on it, then like then that'd be like
you
biting tooth and nails. Yeah, but like I can't do that.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I'm just hype, man. The tweet is like it was like a weird times like you'd be getting up early in the morning or something to tweet about them. I feel because sometimes like when I go to post something on the site, we have the Twitter feed that's just us there, so I'll be able to catch up on like stuff that you and Tony have been tweeting on.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
And so like there's just like 7 back-to-back tweets from like 6 a.m. from you about Virtue's Last or Zero Time Dilemma. I'm like, what the fuck was going on this morning?
Right.
So no, it's good though. I love it.
See, I could talk. See, another good thing about Zero Time Dilemma. As much as good the puzzles are, there's a point in that game where it's just like, fuck it, we're not doing puzzles anymore. You know what you want. We're just giving you that for the next, God, I think it was like 12 hours. Like, was nothing but cinematics. That's all it was, and it's like, and that was
pulled like a Full Metal Gear Solid 4.
but it's different, and it's different in ways that you have to play the game to understand. But like, it's just one of those things. And like now it's like now I'm like almost like self-hating myself, because I remember years ago I've been saying like I'm not gonna like try to push games on people anymore. And like Danny, bless his soul, this like humoring me about like, oh, I'll play 999, whatever. Oh, I'll give you the game. I was telling him all this stuff.
I saw that. You're like, I'll straight up ship this game to you.
And I know, and Justin too is like, oh, I want these people to experience it. But like, no, like I need to chill out. I'm on my high. I apologize. I'll calm down eventually.
You and I like have that connection about Danganronpa, so like that I will love this series. Like I know that, and Tony probably will too. So like it's just like right time, right place kind of thing. Like I ended up getting the first Danganronpa on more of like a whim than anything else. So, and then I recommended that to you. So, I don't know. Like anytime you come on the show and like you're at max hype, like I know it's probably something that I should pay attention to. I feel like you and me line up more than like me and any of the other two hosts. So,
also Sean, I've been like harassing.
That's okay. Well, it's true.
You have been harassing Tony. Sean came on this show to talk. He's like, I don't know, Forza's a cool game. And you're like, fucking play this.
No, because he gave me that little window saying, oh, I play 999. That's great. Like, oh, I have someone to talk to.
Yeah, no, we've got a couple people. It's gonna be hard. We got a couple of people that I know that have played the series that will come on in the next coming months that maybe we'll talk about it. So, but it's gonna be hard. Like I wanna have played it and be able to be a part of that conversation. But maybe like after I play it, which I'm aiming to hopefully play that in like sometime in January if there's like a down period, which there probably won't be.
January?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Just now I think about fucking Kingdom Hearts and Berseria. Never mind. I don't know, June next year. And like then maybe you and I can have like a one-on-one cast.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice. That'd be fun.
Do you want to like
7th Persona 5 spoiler cast?
Do you want to do something like a fucking Brandon play Pokemon? Like you go through every one of the games, you just like talk about.
Yes, we should do that.
Okay.
Because then the best part about that, and it was like the best part about Brandon plays Pokemon is like I'll be able to like after I beat one game like 999, I'll be like, so here's my theories on what'll happen next, and you'll be like, you'll get the hype. I know you get excited about that kind of stuff. So that would actually be really really fun. So. Okay. You can Sherpa me through those games. What else have you been playing, Option? If that's all you have to say about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the main thing I have to say about that. Other than that, a little bit more jazz punk. I did the next section of it, which was the hotel, which was fucking great.
It's so good. The hotel. I always forget that the hotel part of that game happened, and it's probably like the longest part. And it's so good. There's so much shit. Like, there's so much exploring you can do in that area. And, like, peeping into people's rooms. It's so fucking good. Yeah, dude. It's really funny.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I always knew that game spoke to me. I just, it's just getting around to playing it. And right now I'm in a weird place, so, like, I haven't really been putting too much time into it. But, like, I've been taking my time with it, and I'm still loving it. It's still a great game. Other than that, Arkham City, which is, still great. Like I said, weird place. Haven't really been playing it as much as I would like to, but like still amazing game. Those character models though, they're really good.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
They're really good and really off-putting. Like like I said, they're super bright and there's so much detail. Like in Batman's cape or something like that, you can see like the fibers in it and stuff like that. It looks so good. But it's like there's like zero shadows in the entire game almost. It seems like so.
I gotta see this shit. It sounds so weird. How much is the collection? $40?
50, I believe. Yeah, 50.
Okay, it's a little steep.
Oh, $10. Why don't you get your $60 Skyrim?
I didn't get my $60 Skyrim, right? Listen, I think that's bullshit. So whatever, but yeah, I don't know. It's just like that would be I think my third HD collection this year. But BioShock, I feel like there's another one from this year.
You got Bioshock? I forgot.
I did get Bioshock.
Huh. Yeah, I just wanted to get that as well.
And then I got to the part of Bioshock where it's like, oh, all right, come on, let's move this along. And I'm like, God damn it! But I don't want to go on to Minerva's Den before I finish Bioshock 1. Although I should just do it because fuck it. But yeah. Anyway.
And other than that, I played Batman Episode 3.
Do you want to talk about it?
I mean, we can.
Yeah. I mean, I want to talk about it. I know it's not jiving with you.
It's weird, dude. Like I said, it's ineffable. Like,
you want to talk about weird tweets Navashin's been sending this week? The Batman tweets also very weird.
Like it's like I'm always pumped to play those games. Like, and even though it's like not really exactly what I want, like I see they're doing something different, and I can appreciate for what it is. But like, because like now it's at the point where it's like I feel like I almost feel like I'm hating it just to hate it, and I don't want to be that guy. And it's like I'm going to nitpick it to hell, be like, oh, they should have done that. But like like I don't know, like if this is like a me thing that like it's not really jiving with, or is this like it's like because like it seems like everybody loves this, and it's like that's fine. Like it's almost like Walking Dead for you. Like when they see like people fucking loving it, and it's
super
like
true, yeah.
Yeah, and it just feels that way now.
Although like I've been going through like as far as the Walking Dead TV show has been concerned, I've been going through like a huge like I'm very satisfied because like I stopped watching the Walking Dead TV show like 2 seasons ago because I'm like, this is stupid bullshit, and now everyone's like, this is kind of stupid bullshit. And so anyway, that's a whole other conversation. Yeah, so I think part of that is I feel like you and I are playing two very different Bruce Waynes.
I could totally see that.
Because I imagine you're romancing Catwoman.
Yes.
I am not. Because like I'm like, what I go back like in my head, I think of the one Batman the Animated Series episode where Bruce is standing, you know what I'm talking about, where he's like standing over his parents' grave in the rain, and he's like, why? I just want to be happy. Like, can I do this? When he's like trying to be with that girl. I think that's like one of the first early, or like when he's like flashing back to when he was becoming Batman. He's like, am I allowed to be happy? Can you guys let me be happy? And he felt like they couldn't, right? So in my head, like Bruce is too guilty about like having to protect his city to be able to be in a relationship with someone, because like being around Selena makes him happy, so he can't have that. So like that's the kind of Batman I'm playing.
But like on the same coin, yeah, we'll get to that.
Also, I think very different for me, but yeah.
But on that same point though, it's like there's something he sees in Catwoman, and there's something that's like the fearlessness and like the sense of adventure, like the stuff that makes him human. I feel, and when I say Batman, I think Batman as like a symbol and like pretty much not really a robot, but like something that's like dedicated to this one thing and that one thing only. And like seeing Catwoman, even though there is a lot of problems with even like getting involved with her, there's something human that makes him human every time he sees her, and like there's a certain like connection, even though the connection can never really be fulfilled, but like the human part of Bruce Wayne wants that thing to actually happen, even though like he knows this can never really be a thing.
Yeah, but the thing that I like the most is that I feel like both of us are right, and that both sides, like both depending on the player's choice, like both Bruce Waynes are correct. Like there's not a wrong choice. There's not like one correct choice, and there's not one wrong choice, and I like that a lot. So there's like in episode 3 and episode 2, there are basically you can like become more intimate with Catwoman and or not. And I'm like going the not way, and I assume you're going the yes way. And like I really like that you could totally see both ends of it, and I think that's a merit to the writing. Like they're putting it in, not necessarily like not only just like these are two different Batmans that have existed, but like these can either of these could be the Batman that this story becomes, and like they both make sense in that Gotham that they're building. So I like that a lot. And I think more of the choices should be like that. I feel like more of them are like along the lines of, well, I can see both sides of this, or like I can only really see one side of this. Like, for example, to me, the beating the shit out of the dude in the first episode with the pipe, like, is a very not Batman thing to do to me, right? But for some people, it is, right? But most, like, especially in episode 2, for me, the binary choices in that episode I thought were really, really great. And I think the same for episode 3. And I like that there's a little bit more kind of getting off the beaten path in episode 3 of like not as many binary choices and more like kind of other choices. But yeah, so I think your opinion on Harvey Dent, because I do want to know what you think, is very dependent on like the choice that you made at the end of episode 2.
Did you not save?
I saved Harvey.
Okay.
At the end of episode 2.
Okay.
Did you as well?
No.
Okay. So he's all fucked up.
Yeah.
So he becomes unhinged in episode 3 regardless, but like for different reasons. And it's really, really, really interesting. And I'll say like my perspective, because like, you know, for folks who don't know, there's a big choice at the end of episode 2 that will essentially define a lot of Harvey's character. And obviously one way kind of leads to the path that everyone knows, but this other way is different. And I like the idea of Harvey's character becoming the way he is, not because of an accident that happened to him, but because of something that he's not telling you. And so, like, again, my experience, I think, is really, really different because of, like, this choosing Catwoman or not choosing Catwoman path. And I really like how that affects things, because I've heard rumblings of the other side.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you would expect as far as, like, what you would expect Harvey Dent to become.
Yeah.
But it's like there's no explanation. There's no build-up. There's no, like, why are you like this? Like, all of a sudden, there's no, because like when it's a trope comparison, but whatever. Like, we look at the Batman animated series, and like we see how Harvey Dent had this dark thing about him that no one knew about, but like you were seeing like glimpses about it. Like there's a big while before Harvey Dent actually became Two-Face in the animated series.
Yeah.
And they were like showing glimpses of it like throughout the series, like when he was dating Poison Ivy and stuff like that. There was like parts where like he would get like really unhinged and like really angry and like all these other things, like when you're talking like mobsters or something like that, he'd get like really, really upset, and you can see like this other side to him, and it's like, oh, okay, like. And then, like, when that eventually make him become Two-Face, like, makes perfect sense. And, like, he has this coin, and, like, everything makes sense. And, like, with this one, it's just, like, it kind of just happens. Like, he just starts being in this way. And it's, like, where the fuck did this come from? And, like, then, you know, he pulls out his coin, he started flipping it, and he started making decisions from that. And it's, like, where did this come from? Like, it's, like... I know what he was supposed to be, but you didn't give me a reason for it. Like, there was no side conversation like, oh, like there's for a good example, like for the coin, for instance, it's like he could like make it like some offhanded remark saying like, oh, I keep this coin like to make decisions for me, like some offhanded remark, something like that, or like
in the Dark Knight where he's like, oh, this is my lucky coin.
Yeah,
and then it becomes damage, and it becomes not a two-headed coin. So. Yeah, like they contextualize that well in The Dark Knight, for example.
Yeah, I just felt like this, for my playthrough at least, like there weren't enough reasons, and it just seemed a little forced to be like forced to be the Batman thing without even giving the explanation why it has to be the Batman thing.
I think that's fair. Like, I think it could definitely come off that way in the way I played it as well, because he's doing similar things without, you know, the situation on his face. But like there is like a whole other, like, so in the beginning of episode 3, this is a little bit kind of like if you don't want to know anything about episode 3, which I know it came out this week, but if you don't want to know anything, it's just like basically the first major decision of the episode. Did you have the choice of going and helping this cop or helping Harvey again?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was still in there. So I went and helped Harvey again for the second time.
Was the guy still not indisposed there?
No.
Okay.
No, the guy Harvey was in danger.
Like I went to save the cop, and then as soon as I went there, Harvey took care of it. I guess you could say.
Oh yeah, so I went to save Harvey first, and he was like in danger. And it's funny. This is getting more specific. So, maybe just jump a minute or two ahead because I want to tell you this option because I think you'll think it's super interesting. So you go to save Harvey first, and a guy there's a couple guys with a knife drawn on Harvey and his assistant, and Batman shows up, beats up 2 guys, and then he tries. You have the option of threatening a guy or beating the shit out of him, and I'm like, I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of this guy because I want information on the Children of Arkham. So I beat the shit out of this guy in front of Harvey Dent. And later in the episode, when you're talking to him, he's like, "We need more people like Batman who are gonna fucking beat the shit out of people." I'm like, "Oh fuck, I did not mean to give you that impression." And I thought that was super interesting. So I wonder what would happen if I just threatened the guy, if there had just been different dialogue there, because I feel like there would have been. But by the time I got to the cop, one of the cops had been kidnapped. But yeah, it's been really interesting for me. I loved the 3rd episode personally.
Don't get me wrong. There's certain aspects to the 3rd episode that I really like. The whole Cobblepot shit was great.
It's still so good.
That out of everything, I would say that was probably my favorite. Is that point right there? Even though I played it straight, I was like,
yeah, I played it straight too. I was so close to fucking punching him in the face, though. Oh my god, yeah. When he dropped the thing, I was like, "Ooh, you are testing me."
And even the speech part, even though I played that straight.
Oh, I didn't play the speech part straight. No, I went, I went ham.
I mean, no, never mind.
Yeah, but, yeah. But it's I liked some of the stuff, the big things that they did kind of at the end of the episode, and the stuff that they're doing. I like how they're making movies. It's an original villain as well, which I didn't really expect. But also Penguin is kind of the villain of this. It ends up,
which I love,
which I do love. Yeah, it is.
I barely ever see that part of Batman
where Penguin is the main villain, right?
Well, the more of the interrelationship between the Cobblepots and the Waynes, I barely ever see that.
Yeah. And it's really good because it's a very different relationship this time around, and they're leaning, they're totally committing to the the whole Wayne aspect of this, which I'm kind of cool with because it puts a different onus on Batman the character. So if you went raw as Batman at this point, there's kind of a justification for it. Not a great justification because I still think Batman should be the hero, not the kind of anti-hero, but there is totally room to justify that. And I think that's cool, and they're not shying away from it also. So they're doing their own thing, and they're really this episode beyond even more the previous 2 felt man, this is a new Batman, and I really like it. It felt whereas the first 2 kind of felt referential, this one felt it was really paving its own way. And then,
it's it even goes back to your Alex talk. It's am I just playing this the wrong way per se? And then
I would
in an aspect.
I wouldn't say that because I don't think there is really a wrong way to play it, but I would say it might be worth after all of this is said and done, and you've given it some time, going back
actually
replaying it the other way.
Yeah, I've never done that with
yeah, neither have I, and I kind of want to do that with this one more so than others because you just get more different Batman, right? They talked about before this series launched, how the big thing that they want to decide is what villains you see will be dependent on your choices, and I think that's really, really cool. So, yeah. So the Penguin and then these Children of Arkham, which are the kind of villains of this story arc, is really cool. And Penguin's just so great. And then, like, I've been watching the Batman Unmasked stuff. I don't know if you've been watching that.
I've watched the first two.
Hosted by Shaboy, Greg Miller. And man, that episode with Brandon Jones, I'm so glad he was on that.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I have a man crush on Brandon Jones. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. And he's like my what's the word? Avatar in, I guess Avatar's a bad word, but or the incorrect word, but he is my equivalent to the Easy Allies, and I connect with him on a personal level. He's the most cynical of all of them, which isn't saying much because he's still super positive. But I channel my inner Jones. Anyway, shout out to the Easy Allies. Bets. Feed me, Bossman.
Feed me, Bossman.
Yeah, so like those are great, and it's cool to like get the like Travis Willingham's. He's in the 3rd episode of Batman Unmasked, and he plays Harvey. Getting his perspective on playing Harvey has been a lot of fun, also. So, it's on YouTube. It's not on the PS4 for whatever reason. Yeah, he's basically the guest in the 3rd episode, and he's great. So, you should watch that. And yeah, no, I really like it. Like, I think I'm gonna probably end up giving this episode an 8 as well, which I've given the other 2 episodes. It's just been very consistent and great to me.
Do you think they'll do the I guess the 4th episode downfall thing? Like, everybody, there's some reason about the 4th episode that always like seems lower for most reviewers.
I feel like it's the 3rd episode.
Is it the 3rd? I thought it was the 4th. Like,
It's like either of those. So there's the penultimate ones.
Yes.
I don't know. Like a lot of people didn't like the 4th episode of The Wolf Among Us, but I really like that one. So I don't know. But yeah, like this episode felt like this was like the least happened in this episode, but the most character stuff happened in this episode. Like you got to know Catwoman more. You really got another look at Harvey Dent, and the Penguin had like so many great scenes, and like the villain really got like you got connected with the villain, where it was kind of like a twist unveil at the end of episode 2. And like I know a lot of people didn't like the end of episode 2 because it's like this big, like very very Batman scene, whereas like the episode 1 was like, oh, he's not, it's like it's not really Batman yet, it's not crazy yet, whereas the end of episode 2 is like, it's fucking crazy. No, it's crazy. Penguin showed up and he shot that guy in the face. So like I liked that because like it felt like the first Batman moment, and being able to live that and experience that with Catwoman was awesome for me, and that continued on into this episode, I thought. So, like the big action scene of the 3rd episode, I thought was so cool, and there were a lot of really great moments in that, and like the combat in this Telltale series is the most fun outside of like Tales from the Borderlands. So I don't know. It's working for me, and it's understandable if it just isn't working for you. But like, I'm glad that you're still playing it and you're still giving each episode a shot. So,
for sure.
It's cool. Like, if you like Batman, I think you owe it to yourself to give it a shot if you haven't already. So,
still waiting for those Bear Courtney hot takes, but that's played it.
I mean, he's got his job at IGN.
Oh, you can fucking play Batman Arkham Knight over again, but you can't play that again.
I have to do these comparisons for Arkham Asylum and Arkham City. No, we love you, Barrett. I love that, like, an inadvertent effect of him, like, doing visual comparisons for Titanfall for IGN is that he's now in love with Titanfall, which I feel like Barrett is, like, the person I would say the least likely to fall in love with Titanfall, because I haven't known him to ever like a first-person shooter except for, like, BioShock. So I'm glad for him.
For sure.
Props to that guy. He's killing it. What else have you been playing? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Tony?
Hey.
Hi. Sorry that we had to go and do that Batman thing.
No, I'm totally happy about it. It sounds like you guys like that game.
Yeah. Have you ever liked a Telltale game, Tony?
Nothing immediately comes to mind.
I feel like you would, at least to some extent, enjoy Tales from the Borderlands.
Well, that's the first thing that comes to my mind when I think of a Telltale game, of like at least one that would appeal to me. But I haven't played it.
Mostly because like it is so different than any of their other games.
Dude, we really got to do that Minecraft story mode let's play.
That would be so dumb.
Episode 1 is free.
Episode 1 is free.
Yo, let's do it.
Maybe we could do it.
That's the sequel to Omega Quintet that the internet needs.
Yeah, it's true. That would be the one. If we do one, that'll be it.
All right. So for me this week, I played Destiny, guys.
I think I'm done with Destiny.
Are you?
Are you really?
I think so.
I'm getting close to accomplishing all of the things that I wanted to do in Destiny. I'm almost at the platinum. I went flawless in trials twice last weekend, which is something I hadn't done.
Wow, twice.
Yeah, we went back-to-back flawless.
You went to the lighthouse twice, and it was flawless, and you were like, "La."
And
you sent
we
me
were
a
like,
picture of
yeah.
Mercury on your map, so I thought that was cool.
Yeah. And then I immediately learned how to glitch outside the lighthouse, so that was interesting.
Is the lighthouse actually like a physical lighthouse?
No. Maybe. No.
It's not
I
a
don't
tower.
know.
Like a
You,
lighthouse. Is
like,
just a
all right, you don't
goddamn
load
tower.
you don't load into the thing, and you're on like a cliffside with a giant lighthouse that you go up a
No,
spiral
I mean like,
staircase
is it a
in.
tower?
I don't know.
You've been.
It's
there.
not immediately obvious.
Okay.
It might be, but I'm gonna hazard to say no.
Okay. I'll just look up a fucking video. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, there's no good. If once you watch the video, you will know why I said I don't know.
Okay.
But most likely it's not. Anyway, so I did that. Went through the hard mode raid. Almost all my characters are at max light now.
Okay.
When I do the hard
Which
mode
is
raid next week,
400.
I should get there. Yeah, I should get the 400 on all 3 next week. Hopefully.
So have you gotten the hard mode raid down at this point?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's easy. It really is. The biggest barrier to it is just light level. So like when we first tried to do it with that one group, when everybody was like 385 or lower, it's just not high enough. Like especially on hard mode, because there's no revives, there's not really room for a lot of error. So if people are low light, someone else has to pick up that slack, and there was no one who could pick it up yet because no one had the light level.
Yeah.
So like going through like this week when I went through, I've been through the hard raid 5 times this week.
Jesus Christ, man.
Through on my first character, since that was my highest light at the time, like 398. I was in a group of all people similar to me, and we destroyed the entire thing pretty much without anyone dying, except for like on jumping puzzles and stuff. No one died during any of the boss fights, so it would have been flawless raider if we hadn't died on the jumping puzzle at the beginning.
At some point in the Taken King era of our Destiny crunches, weren't you deleting characters and starting new characters to do the raid more than 3 times a week?
That happened once because I wanted to remake my my hunter, and I had the spark still. Mm-hmm. So in that week, I did the raid 3 times, and then I deleted a character and remade it, leveled it up to 40, and did the raid again. And then I deleted my hunter, used the spark on it, and did the raid a 5th time. That was a thing that happened one time, but it was never a consistent thing of like every week I'm just going to do the raid as many times as possible, But yeah, that was a ridiculous thing that I did.
Yeah. I mean, we all make mistakes, I guess.
I don't know if it was a mistake.
Was the loot that you got I just watched a video of the lighthouse. I guess I see what you're saying. I would imagine it seems like a building that is overlooking something.
Yeah, I just haven't looked up.
Yeah. Was the loot that you got there worth it?
It would, like, yes, right? Like you get when you get there, you get a ornament, which lets you make like one of your trials armor pieces have like really like shiny glowy effects. So I have this hunter class item, which is a cape that like shiny and stuff now. Mm-hmm. And then I have one other ornament that I just haven't used. And you get, when you're playing trials, when you get your 5th win and your 7th win, on the 5th win you get a piece of armor, and on your 7th win you get a weapon. When you get to the lighthouse, you get another armor drop, and you get an adept weapon, which is the same weapons that you get on 7 wins, except they have an extra perk. So for these ones, since all the guns are always the same, the ones that are adept, they look different, so they're like a gold color. And they have snapshot, which increases the speed that you can aim while you're down sights. So both times I wanted the pulse rifle because it's really good. I got the hand cannon twice, which is fine. I use the hand cannon now pretty much exclusively for PvE because it's really good for doing the raid. But yeah, getting the stuff at 400 was a huge boost, and getting like the highlight level armor. I really wish that I would have gotten the pulse rifle. I want to definitely go flawless a couple more times to try and get that pulse rifle because it's so good. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, I think it was worth it. We had a lot of fun just playing, right? So like when we were playing it, the goal wasn't, like let's make sure we get to the lighthouse. The goal was, it's we're just gonna play games together and have fun. And
I mean, you were playing with Griffin Senpai, so I know that that's not true.
It was Griffin, myself, and one other guy who we just had on a friends list, and he's now the person that we play trials with when we try and go flawless. Yeah, a lot of really it wasn't though. We were just playing to have fun. I mean, obviously, when you get to like 7-0, then you're like, all right, let's get really sweaty.
Let's go. I'm sweating
and try and win these next 2 matches. And I'll tell you what, man, like Griffin can attest to the fact that there were some matches that we played in those 2 runs that were intense.
Don't doubt it, man.
The one that we dropped on our second card, which if people don't know, when you play trials, you can purchase a boon on your card. There are 3 of them, and one of them it forgives your first loss. So essentially, if you buy all 3, instead of going 9-0, you're trying to go 7-1.
Yeah.
And our loss on our second card was to a team where we had multiple ties, right? Which is ridiculous. That means the 2 last people kill themselves, or both kill each other, rather. And no one can revive or anything like that. So no one gets a point. And it's best of 9. So we were both, it was like we'd get a point, they'd get a point. We'd get a point, that we'd tie, they'd get a point, they'd get a point, stuff like that. It ended up at 4-4, and then we tied again. The last one by an inch. So it was nuts. We played like 12 rounds in a best of 9. So yeah, it was really cool. It was probably the best trials game I've ever played.
That sounds intense, man.
But man, it gets sweaty. I'll tell you what. But yeah, that was a really good time. Festival of the Lost started on Tuesday. So the tower is all Halloween themed again.
Yeah,
you can gather candy, wear masks, all that stuff. There is a sparrow that is literally just a Harry Potter broom. You can ride that around.
Maybe I'm not done playing Destiny yet.
Maybe I should go back in. The sweeper bot in the tower, the one that always talks to you when you walk past it, that has a broom.
Yeah.
She lost her broom and is real upset about it.
Yeah. And all these fuckers are just riding around on it.
And now you're riding around on it. Yep, it's fucked up. Also, if you saved your raisins from Eris Morin last year, you can use those raisins to get the super black shader.
Oh, nice.
Kind of neat stuff came out. It's obviously still like a microtransaction based event, as most of them are. Yeah. But there's a lot of neat stuff to the side of it. You can get a Lord Saladin mask, and he's really upset when you go talk to him while you're wearing it.
That's pretty good.
So that happened. I think challenge modes come out pretty soon, so I definitely want to do that.
Yeah. See, I've never finished a hard mode raid, and I've never done challenge mode on a raid. So you
just got to get through the raid a couple more times. You got to get that light level up. I would say like you just got to get through it. Then you gotta get yourself as close to 390, and I'll get you through. I got Griffin through at 385.
Yeah, I mean, like I could probably getting to 385 is not hard anymore. So
right, yeah, it just takes a little bit of grinding, right? Like just a couple strikes. If you do the normal mode raid, you get 7 legendaries for free just from the chests between bosses. Those can all decrypt up to 385 now.
Yeah.
So you could definitely get there and then get through that hard mode raid, but the biggest is definitely just the light level. The hardest part of the new raid is the first boss, Vosik. So once you get past that, the rest of it's more like just for fun. Okay. So but yeah, so I played that. Let's see. I played a little bit of Stardew Valley this week.
Damn.
I started a new character because I was waiting to start again for them to release multiplayer. Because Scott and I have been saying since it came out that we were going to play multiplayer together.
Yeah. Is that out yet?
And it's not. So multiplayer seems to be still pretty far off.
Yeah.
I mentioned to Alex earlier, I think before we even started the bonus content, that there was a localization delay for it, and that's why only English is coming to console, and the console version got delayed a little bit, which is why it wasn't out this month. And in that same update, they were talking about how multiplayer is still pretty far off. Maybe before the end of the year, but hard to say. Yeah. So I've been wanting to try it again because a new update version 1.1 came out that it changes a bunch of stuff, adds a bunch of new content. So I started a new character. I haven't gotten too far in yet, but I'm just kind of like making my way slowly through that, just experiencing the new stuff and things that have changed. Plus, it's nice to go back to that game after not really thinking about it for 6 months.
Yeah.
So.
True enough.
Have you really not been thinking about it for 6 months though?
Like not in a like I would be like, hey, is this happening, or like is this update coming out? But I haven't been like I'm gonna look at the Stardew Valley subreddit and check out these things that are happening in the game, that kind of stuff.
You haven't been pining as much. Let's say.
Exactly. It's just kind of been like a hey, oh yeah, that Stardew Valley thing how's that going? Yeah. So also Scott and I played this game that we have been looking at called Super Treasure Arena. It's like a couch co-op brawler type game that has like a capture the flag mode and like a free-for-all mode where you just try and get as many kills as you can. There are 4 classes in it, and we had a really good time playing that yesterday. So that's definitely something we're going to bring to Extra Life. Have a couple people jump on the couch and also there are mentionings of an ultimate chicken horse.
Yes, we talked about that before the show. That should happen.
But other than that, go ahead.
Sorry.
Speaking of chicken.
Speaking of which, can we acknowledge this fucking Mario Party thing that we did on our chat?
Oh my god, I was losing my mind the other day. I thought it was so funny.
Oh, so good.
Let's pull up the group thread. So Nabashin says, all right, fucking Mario Party 3, Mario Party 8, or Mario Party 10?
Mario Party 2.
Mario Party 2. It was 11 p.m. on Thursday night. Clutch choice: Mario Party 2, Mario Party 8, or Mario Party 10. So definitely not 2. I think that was the consensus.
I think we're playing 7.
Yeah,
who has the game?
No one has the game.
I will find the game.
So it led to like a half argument, like 25-minute discussion about what Mario Party is good. To which, like, we all kind of agreed none of them are good, but we're playing one of them. And I don't know if I want to like dedicate 4 hours of our Extra Life stream, because we're probably gonna, like, knowing Scott and Tony, we're probably gonna do.
I never said we do 50 turns.
We're definitely doing 50 turns.
We shouldn't do 50.
We're 100% doing 50 turns.
We shouldn't. I'm not saying that we won't, but we should.
I agree with you that we shouldn't, but we are 100% doing 50 turns.
I will tell you right now, if we do 50 turns during Extra Life, I will not do all 50 turns.
I will make you.
I will tag out. I know at least 3 other people that will at least
we have
for like 2 turns.
We have to play to win. I'm going to wear my Dan Reichert shirt for this.
You, dude. You are literally the worst. So that was essentially what just the interaction that we've had just now on this podcast was essentially the tone of the text thread.
Except it was Scott doing it.
Except it was essentially Scott saying it's a game of skill. It was so
I will
funny.
say to all of you and the members of anyone who's watched the Mario Party parties the Giant Bomb has done.
Yeah.
Mario Party 7 made me want to punch Dan Reichert in the face for the first time in my life.
Oh my god. I watched it. I finished it. So
God.
It's the first time I had watched it like close to when it came out. Yeah, that was like exhausting. The best part about that was the music, though, for sure.
Oh, yeah. That's why I want to play 7.
Every single time. For, like, all 50 to 90 times, God knows they played way more than 50 minigames. Can we make that
the break music for this episode?
Yeah, just that fucking... Whatever, like... that fucking instrument is. I don't even know. It's like the Nightmare of Hell instrument. Like, every time a new turn started and it came in, and like you saw the life drain a little bit more from Jeff Gerstmann's eyes, I fucking lost it.
It was better than when you watch them do the King's Fall raid, and Jeff you can watch him getting sick throughout the entire 6 hours of that raid.
Oh
my God.
I didn't watch the King's Fall raid.
I saw the highlight of it though.
I realized I didn't watch it because I hadn't played it yet when they did that. So I waited until I played it. I was going to watch it afterwards. And I realized this past week that I had not watched them do it, and I need to watch them do that.
So here's some comments from the chat about Mario Party.
Oh my
Justin
God.
says he has all of them. So
God damn it!
He can bring whatever one we want.
Oh my God.
And NATO says we must play 50 turns.
50 turns or bust, he says. Come on, guys. Jesus. And Justin said, in regards to the music from Mario Party Party 7, it was like the devil playing the violin. It's very funny.
Oh, it's so good.
So obviously, we're all Giant Bomb fans here, and that was, oh my God. It was just like the vehemence of Scott saying, I want to play 5. No, we're playing one of the GameCube ones. Those are the good ones. I'm like, none of them are the good ones.
The GameCube ones are the best Mario parties.
They're definitely, okay, by default, yes. You are not wrong, because the Wii ones are terrible. Obviously, 10 is bad. 10 actually seems like not a bad game, per se, but like...
Just the Bowser mode. The Bowser mode is dope. Everything else is
garbage. Bowser... Okay, with Bowser mode, is it a 5-player game at that point?
It's a 5-player game, yes.
So what you're saying is it's us 4 and Danny is Bowser.
Oh, well, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like, we will play 10 because, like, that we can just pop that out in an hour. But, like, I don't know. Like, we want to do a lot of fun stuff during the actual live stream, and, like, when do we do Mario Party? Like, we can't do it.
You start that on hour 23 and go until we're done.
Oh, my God. Fuck you. But, like, we can't do that before 10 p.m. Like,
Thursday night?
Maybe like if it was like outside of Extra Life, maybe like Friday for our test stream we could do that.
Just have a test stream of the entire 50 turns of Mario Party.
Oh, I really don't want to do 50 turns.
We're doing 50 turns.
I really don't want to. I'm not saying that it won't happen, because I understand that it will probably happen and I will be overruled by the other 19 people in my fucking house, but I really don't want to do 50 turns. You know, fun fact about me, because like they brought this up on the Mario Party 7, of like, why would you do a solo version of Mario Party? Like, all the GameCube Mario Party game, I keep calling it Mario Party.
Yeah.
It's just Mario Party. Like Mario Party 4, 5, 6, and 7, I played all of the maps 50 turns by myself. If you want to know a little bit about Alex O'Neill as a human being,
when I was much younger,
I liked that.
When I was much younger, I had another friend named Danny, and we were at his house.
Like an asshole.
It was me, Danny, and Danny's sister, and we played every map. I don't remember which GameCube Mario Party it was. I think it was 6, but we played every map, and we always played 50 turns, and we got pissed at each other.
Oh, I'm sure. Like, the thing is, like, I don't know because it was at least 2 of the GameCube ones. Maybe it wasn't all 4, but it was at least 2 of them. Like, I didn't listen to podcasts back then. What the fuck was I doing? Hours of my life,
right? Like we were way too young for that shit.
We were kids. Yeah. Like, well, I remember like you could suspend those games and like restart them on another and come back to them. So
no, we played the whole shit.
I remember I did that with some of those, not all of them, but some of them, because like there was like story modes in some of them.
Yeah. I don't be too judgmental about yourself. I've done that myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I've done that with Mario Party 8.
Okay. I did that with 8 too, but
at least you and I, Alex, were of the correct age for that.
Are you just throwing shade at novice shit right here?
No, I'm not. But maybe.
Are you fucking just talking shit on this podcast to your co-host passive aggressively right
now?
No. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a goddamn nightmare. So tune in, Extra Life, this coming weekend.
No, I think Mario Party is a game that can be enjoyed by people of any age. However, it's something that should not be enjoyed by anyone who is above like 12.
No, God, no. It is not a game for adults because it ends friendships. No, I mean, obviously it is a great stream game, especially if we're drinking during it, but
shit.
I'm
paint can?
I'm gonna need to get drunk during that.
Yeah, I can make a paint can.
Whether it's like the day of Extra Life or not, I'm gonna have to be drunk.
All right, I'm down.
Have to be. Anyway, what were we talking about before we were derailed?
I was in the middle of games.
Yeah. Anything else you play, Tony?
I'm just trying to get back into Dark Souls.
Okay.
Getting ready to start another playthrough there. I just need I need someone to move a weapon for me because I don't want to. I want to play with this very specific weapon that Ali asked me to play with. But you can't get it at the beginning of the game, so I have to get through the part up until you get to the shrine, and then have someone come in and drop the weapon for me. So I can actually use the weapon. But yeah, so that's my plan for this like immediate future, probably. But other than that, no, it's mostly been still Destiny. You know, like I said, I went through the raid 5 times. That's a pretty considerable time commitment.
Yeah. That's
So
more Dark Souls. Have you gotten the DLC yet, or?
I'm gonna get it like probably right before Extra Life. My plan is probably to play through the majority of that during Extra Life when I'm not doing whatever on stream, which actually may end up being not a lot of time, kind of like last year where it was just you and I who were on stream for almost the entire time.
Yeah.
We'll see how all that stuff shakes out, but I would like to get some
like
of that in.
I'm hoping to have more tag outs this Extra Life because like I nearly died. Like
we were at the end of there. Whew.
You left. Like that's how done you were.
In the last 30 minutes, I was like, I don't have like the outlet upstairs is broken, so I can't do anything up there. I'm not really into Alex playing Darksiders 2. So I'm just gonna go finish the last 30 minutes at my house.
Yeah, you just fucking left. You dipped, and
I packed my shit.
You and I were on that stream almost all the time, except for like you were still there through Until Dawn, where I was like not playing during that part.
Yep, I was playing the entire time during Until Dawn.
Yeah, not the whole time, but
one of the main characters. So
yeah, but. And then, like, we did Destiny for a good.
Destiny was like at the very beginning, wasn't it?
That was no. We started off with Jackbox, which was great. We're definitely going to do that.
Well, right, but I mean, like the first, like real thing.
The first block, yeah. Because I've been going. I have that footage still. I should cut that together and post it, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
But it was that, and. Then like we did Yoshi, and then I don't remember what was there was something. Oh,
Yoshi, Super Mario Maker,
and the one, the explosion one.
Oh, keep talking.
Don't talk. No one explodes. Yeah, we also played Ultimate Chicken Horse on stream,
and you also played Avalon on stream.
Oh yeah, that's right. Avalon was fun.
It was fun,
except Greg not getting how the game worked.
Can we play Avalon again?
Yeah.
Please, my God!
Like we'll have a.
Can we play with you, Nobishin, please?
Please, my God!
Yeah, Nobishin's like, I bought this game. Can I fucking play it with people? No, we'll have like a nice diverse group of people who actually like tabletop games. Whereas like we had like 3 people who liked tabletop games before, who didn't get the rules. So, yeah, no, we'll. I think we'll because we have enough like. Personalities this time around, whereas like it was kind of like just the 5 of us that had like the hosting capabilities.
Sure.
Whereas now we'll have Danny and Damien and
yeah, we'll be able to get a bunch of people on there from like Jared. And not to spoil any surprises, but in our document where we are planning people's ideas and like what they want to do, there are a lot of really cool ideas of stuff to be done on stream, either with us or just among our our guests that are coming in and all that stuff. That is going to be really awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited for us to like. There's going to be parts where it's just like the guests on and they're gonna kill it. So
yeah, there may even be parts where neither Alex nor I are on stream. And that's going to be weird.
I know. Well, we got to get more Nobishin on stream this time. For sure. Anyway, back on topic.
And one more thing before my games are done. I did want to mention that I got back into Osu in a big way this week.
Osu?
It's I'll probably be playing it at Extra Life, so you'll see it. It's a PC game it's a rhythm game.
Great. Cool.
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't want to...
So...
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's fine. It's a keyboard rhythm game, and I'm playing a lot of that shit. So,
what's the instrument, or is it just kind of ambiguous?
There are a couple different modes. The actual mode that people associate with the game is like you are looking at your computer screen, and there are circles that you want to click on, and you can click on them, and then there's some circles that have like a tail on them, so you click on it and then you drag it along the edge, like the end of the circle, like the tail of it. And some of them have a back arrow at the end, so you'd go to the end of the tail, then back to where the circle started. And so you do that while the music is playing. You just click all the different circles, but it's too fast for you to like, and you wouldn't be able to be as accurate as you need to be if you were clicking the button on your mouse. So you press the Z and the X buttons on your keyboard and you move the mouse around. That's the mode that most people associate with it. I don't play that mode. I play a mode called Osumania, which is, instead of being a mouse and keyboard thing, it's strictly a keyboard thing where it's, you ever watch like DDR? It's like upside down DDR where the notes come from the top. It's anywhere from 4 rows to 7 rows where the keys are S, D, F, spacebar, J, K, and L.
Weird.
Kind of like a piano.
Okay.
It's cool. I like it a lot. And then there are just like thousands of maps that the community has made, and like beat maps that the community has made, and they get eventually, if they're good and they're, like that kind of stuff, and they have enough competitiveness to them, they get ranked. And those are the ones that then now you can, you actually are based on like how accurate you are with your timing and all that stuff. You have like an overarching like accuracy score and like all that kind of stuff. And you try and just rank yourself to be awesome.
Cool.
It's pretty neat. Yeah, it's also
cool.
very customizable. You could put as many anime boobs as your skin as you wanted.
All right.
Or you could make it a normal skin. Whatever.
Yeah, either or. I mean, if you're into that sort of thing.
If you're into that sort of sheep and Atheon girls.
I do want to derail again for a moment, mostly because this is kind of a segue into my games.
Go for it.
I just like on my Facebook feed, it popped up Buffalo Wild Wings sponsored. Thank you, Facebook. I do go to Buffalo Wild Wings every week with my 2 friends just because it's cheap to go to wing night and get a couple of drinks.
Delicious.
And it's a cross promotion of Buffalo Wild Wings with Titanfall 2. And it says, at Buffalo Wild Wings, your dine-in or takeout order can unlock Titanfall 2 perks like a B-Dubs Titan skin.
What?
And I'm looking at a Buffalo Wild Wings skin for your Titan.
In Destiny?
That has the Buffalo Wild Wings wings on the Titan's body.
What's it called?
It's just called like a B-Dubs Titan skin. The abbreviation of Buffalo Wild Wings, BWW, is B-Dubs, by the way, Nabashin, if you were unprivy.
Did not know that.
Yep. It's kind of gross, so it's cool. So that's fucking... I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that. But speaking of Titanfall, I bought Titanfall 2 today. Like, literally because I worked from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. today, and we started like around 7:15. So from work, I went to Best Buy, bought Titanfall, and then came home and then started this. So I have not played it, but I have it because the reception has been overwhelmingly positive. And as a person who loved Titanfall 1, I owe it to myself to be able to... the thing that I came back to is, I kind of didn't want to buy it just because it's it's another multiplayer shooter in a year where Overwatch came out. And Overwatch is, I don't think any multiplayer shooter, even Titanfall, would derail that as far as, one of my favorite games, maybe, all time, maybe, that came out this year. It's definitely probably my favorite competitive shooter I've ever played. Just because, that's just the gift that keeps on giving with me. But, I love Titanfall 2, and I want to be able to talk about it in our Game of the Year talks. Or I love Titanfall, and I want to be able to talk about its sequel in the Game of the Year talks. So, I realize, this is something I want to talk about. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully I like it, I should say. It seems like it is generally good. But yeah, when I read Jeff Gersman's review, and I'm like, I should play this. But so hopefully I'll have thoughts on it next week. But let's dive into my weird mobile phone games.
Let's talk about Notice Me Senpai.
Let's talk about Notice Me Senpai. So I have this weird thing. Oh, one of my senpais noticed me.
Is this when you finally admit to the internet that you downloaded Clash of Clans?
No, fuck you. It's worse than that.
All right.
So I have this weird thing. So I have a games folder on my iPhone, but if there are games in it, I never play them. So, because I have 2 pages of apps on my phone, and the games that I'm like currently playing, like basically I only play 1 mobile game at a time. Now I'm at 2, which is I'm getting unhealthy. But I just haven't as much time to play real video games. Ooh, sick burn. Damn, dropped it. But I haven't as much time to play like console games. So I've been playing mobile games on my breaks at work. And I've taken Notice Me Senpai and PewDiePie's Tuber Simulator, which we will get to, y'all. Out of my games app and just onto the bottom of my second page of apps. So I'll actually open them and check them. So I had Notice Me Senpai in there for months, and I stopped playing it because of that. I've taken it out, and I check it way more often now. I shouldn't say playing it, because I don't play Notice Me Senpai. I just kind of hang out with my cute anime boys. But yeah, I play that. There's a Halloween-themed event going on. It's pretty cute. They're cute anime boys in that game. Anyway, discussing thing aside, that's really it. It's like they added a whole bunch of stuff to that game. Like more themes, more senpais. And like you can now have 3 rooms in your cafe instead of 2. Which just means you can basically pull in more income, which is like I've broken that game's financial structure just completely. I've still never spent a dime in it, but I have zero trouble doing anything that I want in that game, as far as like getting new things that come out with the updates. But they update that game like at least once a month with major updates, like major new things to buy and like little in-store venues and like themes, cafe themes or whatever. So, like, props to those guys, because I've been playing that game since, like, February, I guess, or even before then. I think, like, December of last year. And they've continued to update it, so I feel like I'm the only person playing it, but I hope I'm not. And I got really into PewDiePie's Tuber Simulator.
Yeah.
So, like, Tony, we talked about it on the show briefly, or it was in bonus content, maybe. During Game Grumps Live, when we were waiting in line, Tony downloaded this game, and then I downloaded this game. It's basically, if you've played Game Dev Story, it's like that, but for YouTube videos. So, like, you can make like a randomly generated name of a YouTube video.
Yeah. And since it's a free-to-play game, it's a little bit more gross as far as microtransactions, but not that bad.
Not that bad. So, like, you can pick genres of videos and, like, make YouTube videos. And, like, as you level up, you get access to more things that you can put in your tuber room, like a green screen or a camera or like a condenser microphone, stuff like that. And it's all like it's PewDiePie's. I guess he partnered with this mobile developer to make this game. It's all fully voiced by PewDiePie. So like he basically gives all the tutorials in the game, and it's like actually him doing the full voiceover for all of those, which is super weird if you think about it. But like. It's just like crazy how big PewDiePie has gotten, I guess. So it's like they joke about how it is YouTube but not YouTube in the game too. It's like I enjoy it mostly because it is like Game Dev Story, and it's just kind of like you do this, you make a funny name thing, the numbers go up, and it's very satisfying. And it's like kind of like one of those check it like 3 times a day and you're good type things.
Like, comment, subscribe.
Like, comment, and subscribe. So I have a question for the panel for you guys. So there is a mechanic in Tuber Simulator where basically, so you make a video, it takes time to record it takes time to edit it, and then you accumulate views, which are the currency of the game. As that happens, like as the video is out, right, and then it eventually just stops making views. It just ends. The video ends. Like I don't know what the justification for that is. So like I can make a video.
Because then when you made a critical mass of videos, you'd never have to make any more videos, and you wouldn't have to keep logging into the game anymore.
It's true. That's the actual justification. I don't know what the in fiction justification is.
There probably isn't one.
Probably not. I don't know. Maybe PewDiePie voiced it and I just missed it. But so like, let's say you make a video, right? It's active for 20 minutes, and like over 18 of those minutes you generate views, depending on if it's like how skilled you are in that genre, whatever.
Yeah.
We don't have to get too into the nitty gritty. But there's a mechanic where you can watch a 30-second ad to double the views you get for an hour, right? Fine,
Yeah.
whatever. It's pretty hard because it's a free game. You don't have to do it. It definitely makes
That's a strategy that a lot of mobile games are doing recently. Is like, you don't have to pay for things, but you can watch an ad for some small benefit, something that would be easily repeatable, so that you watch a lot of ads, especially in things like Adventure Capitalist. Like, you'll get bonuses and stuff like that, and those kind of like clicker or like idle games, which this is kind of borrowing from.
Yeah, it's definitely
to get those benefits. It's something that is easy to reproduce, so that you do it a lot.
Yeah, so like you watch ads, obviously the developer gets revenue. You don't have to spend any money, and you don't necessarily. I do it all the time, and I don't watch the ads. I just put my phone down for 30 seconds because I'm not as tethered to it. But so there's a skill tree in the game, and one of the things that you can basically dump your skill points into is ad duration, which you can dump skill points into making the boost that you get from the ads last longer.
Yeah.
Is that gross?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, there are 3 sections of the skill tree. I have it up now. One is ad boost, right? So you can boost it so, like, your ad boost will last up to, I think, like 3 hours instead of 1. And you dump this other form of currency you get in the game to get that. And then eventually you can do it so the ads triple your views instead of doubling them. And then the last one is ads reduce your shipping time. It's a whole other mechanic. We don't have to get into that. So that's gross, right? Like, is it bad that I don't care?
No. If it's a game you like, that's normal. I've always been one that, to think that if it's a game that you like, it's okay to support a developer, and that's a way to do it. So like, I also think that your expectation of those games when you're enjoying them is different.
Yeah. It's just like, it's weird because like I realize like I'm like, this seems fucking gross because like essentially you are incentivizing using your own like free to play mechanic of watching like you're incentivizing the player to watch ads to give you money. And then like you're doubling down on that incentivization, if that's a word.
I think it's the first time I've seen something like that before.
Yeah, like I've never seen like a skill tree like essentially directly address this mechanic of like ad viewing in game. And like I like the game. It's funny. Like it's a pretty well written game, and it's got like a mini game in it that's fun, and I like it's a mindless thing that I like doing to kill time. So like I don't necessarily mind it. It's just like I realize I've watched like maybe 50 ads for this game, giving money, presume ad revenue to the developer, and I'm like, is this gross?
I don't know. It's different for me because I've watched 0 ads for this game. And I'm the person who will like, I acknowledge that mechanic is there, but I don't ever use it.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm the guy that on my primary web browser I don't have ad block on it because like
right.
I know when I go to sites like IGN, as much of a bitch as it is to deal with ads, like it's also like the only kind of way I can directly support them or indirectly support them.
Yeah.
And I know like
the way that they do it.
A lot of websites do depend on ad revenue, although it's definitely veering away from that. Like I can subscribe to Giant Bomb, right? They're a site that almost exclusively depends on video advertisements, and that way like I'm giving them money directly and I don't really have to worry about not supporting their ad revenue, and they turn ads off because of that. So I don't know, I just like it got me thinking about that kind of mechanic and the mentality behind it. So also, apparently, Roger Picorni in the chat said I look cute. So thank you.
Well, he's wrong, but
wow, harsh. Yeah, I was just wet. It's so wet, the wettest. But yeah, I was just thinking about that. I wanted to bring that up to you guys. But yeah, there you go. So gross free to play games. Notice Me Senpai just has an ad on the top, so like it doesn't ever ask you to pay for anything. So it's very harmless. In other gaming stuff, so I played the raid on Destiny on Monday, which I mentioned I think during bonus content or whatever. Nothing else to say on that. I didn't really play video games this week, which I feel really bad about. I feel like I didn't. I might have played something outside of what I'm going to talk about in a second. But I had Alex Talks like consuming all of my time. I might have played something on... Oh, no, I did. I played Gears of War 4, and I've been playing that with Danny Juarez. Shaboy. Danny Juarez.
Dat boy.
Dat boy, as he is often referred to. And that's been so much fun. When I started playing that game, I'm like, this is a game for Danny and I. And I joked about it on Twitter, and Danny's like, cool, I'm going to go buy it, and Steven's going to lend me his Xbox One. And I'm like, whoa, okay. But it's been a lot of fun. Like, it's good to have, like, just a one-on-one game with Danny and I. Just because, like, that game is so ridiculous. It was like when I got to Old Man Marcus Phoenix in that game, where I was like, yeah, like, this would be fun. Like, I feel like that appeals to his sentimentality a lot. And we've been having fun. We just finished Act 3, so we haven't been making a lot of progress because we've both been busy, and I had to edit Alex Talks. But hopefully we'll play more this weekend. And I also was like, maybe the Halloween spirit got me, but probably not. I started playing The Last of Us again. Holy shit, Scott's here.
Whoa. Scott, did you get a Pixel?
No.
We should
Got
probably...
7.
Okay.
Did you get the Plus?
I got the mini. They had a mini. Can you believe they had a mini? They had a smaller.
Wait, so
iPhone.
you're telling me that they came out with a new iPhone and I didn't know?
Yes.
The unofficial bonus content of Middle of Irrational
It
Fashion.
might also have been a 6.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. There's not a lot to distinguish the 6 and the 7, so it makes sense you wouldn't know.
No, I got the 7 Plus.
Okay, good call. What color?
Black.
Black or shiny black?
Jet black.
It doesn't matter. It's in an otter box that's also black.
God, don't get an OtterBox for a phone that big. You're insane.
I'm going to throw that phone. And if it's not in the otter box, then it is not going to survive.
It's also, I guess, if it's bigger, it's easier for you to find it when you leave it somewhere.
Can we
and or
start
throw it.
recording, or at least get in that general vicinity of starting recording?
Alex is like, this is gonna suck.
No, it's fine. We're only an hour and a half into the goddamn show. I hope you're okay not talking about your games this week, Scott. 'Cause there's a lot of news to get through.
Scott, I already talked about Super Treasure Arena. Briefly touched on it.
We should probably record.
Yeah,
we should probably record it a little. This is the bonus content.
this is the unofficial mid-show bonus content. Are you ready, Scott?
I'm ready.
All right, on 1, 3, 2, 1.
I nailed it.
Nailed it. Killed it.
So,
Scott.
how many gigabits?
Oh my God! Can we let the gigabits go?
Tell me about your GB.
Scott's here.
I don't have the phone yet. I had to order it.
Hey, Scott.
Okay.
They were out of stock. They were out of stock of
All right, well,
almost
I'll do
everything
the intro
that we.
again later. Then it's fine. We'll just
Yeah.
get through
No.
this.
We're doing.
Scott needs
the
no
intro
introduction.
later. That's right. I'm my own introduction.
The chat is definitely enjoying the rise of Scott, as they're calling it.
So yeah, they were pretty much out of every phone that we would have wanted to get. They were out of regular.
Wait, was this like
regular
a
7
one phone experience or like multiple upgrades?
multiple.
Oh, like the whole fam?
Pretty much. But we went to the A&T. We went to the A.
Yeah.
The A&T, Mr. T story. Yeah, I got you.
We went to the T-Mobile store, and then
Okay.
we did it there. And they were out of most of the Galaxies. They had no HTC phones at all.
Okay.
And then the only model of iPhone 7 they had available was the 256.
Yeah,
gig.
good one.
Yeah, that one of the regular, not the Plus,
Oh, fuck that.
and only in white.
Oh, fuck that even more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
As he holds up his silver iPhone. his silver iPhone.
So I was like, because I was gonna cave and go for just the smaller phone and then have it be my actual iPod, like how I wanted it to be,
Yeah.
and deal with. They do have the headphone jack Bluetooth receivers. So I was gonna just opt. I'm gonna get one of those anyway, and I was just gonna opt to have that be, my actual iPod instead of relying on Google Music.
Sure.
But I would have had to go to the 256 in white. So I was like, I'm just gonna get this. I'm just gonna get the 7 regular, the 732. I'll deal with Google Music. Fine.
Okay.
Fair enough. I use Apple Music, so.
All right, you guys ready to actually fucking talk about video games, you nerds?
Whatever, man.
Well,
you know you enjoyed that as much as we did.
Nate in the chat, 301. Alex finally loses control of the podcast. That's funny. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Hey, Scott's here. Hi,
Hey,
Scott.
I'm here.
Hi, Scott.
All right, you ready to talk about news, Alex?
Not yet. I didn't even get to talk about essentially the one game I played this week.
Destiny. Let's go.
So
Where's that music gaming clip?
listen, would you wait? Jesus. Control yourself. So the only thing I really played this week is I started a new playthrough of The Last of Us. And I've been playing it on the hardest difficulty because I'm like, well, if I'm going to play it again, I might as well get the trophies that I don't have on the PS4 version. I really love that game. I understand, like, blah, blah, blah. Half this podcast doesn't. But it's a nice... It's the thing that I wanted, because I've been jumping around a lot lately, I wanted something that I could sink my teeth into that wasn't going to be too long. Like, I know Stardew Valley is going to be great to sink my teeth into, but it's going to be time consuming. Like, I doubt I'll be able to play that game for 16 hours and then walk away, unless I don't like it, but we'll see. I doubt that'll happen. And then, like, Dishonored is kind of that game, but that doesn't come out for a couple of weeks. So I was like, I really want to play something tense and something I really like. So it had been 2 years since I played The Last of Us. So I just popped it in. And I just finished summer in that game, so it's about halfway through. It's just really good. I actually really like playing it on Survivor difficulty. I'm not playing on Grounded because I don't want to have a bad time. But I'm actually I'm dying a little bit on Survivor, but like the way I play that game, I'm very toolsy. Like I'm throwing stuff together on the fly and being very dynamic. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. So that's been a good departure for me of just like, I'm gonna play this for a little bit, finish it, and then be done with it. That's really all I've been playing. That's like I didn't even play that much this week, like I said, with Alex Talks happening. So that's been kind of consuming my time. So there you go. Video games. Scott's here. Party. It's a party, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to take a break? I know you just got here, Scott, but I think we should catch up, take a breather. There's some weird bonus content in the middle of there for people who watch the video version. That'll just be a weird cut for us in the audio version. But
yeah.
All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, there's actually a lot of news to talk about. And we are going a little long. So we will be back, and we got some Bethesda, Nintendo, Kingdom Hearts news to talk about. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Choo, choo, choo. Sorry, I just got a very unnerving text message that I'm not going to read aloud on the show. But
Well, I mean, like if it's personal, you don't have to read it aloud to us either.
yeah, well, it threw me off a little bit. I might have to go make a call real quick. I'm gonna go get a glass of water anyway, so I will be right back. Okay.
All right.
Take your
Right.
time.
Jesus, 10 o'clock. It's still on. Still not through news yet. What have y'all been talking about?
Dude, we had stuff to do. All right. We were
Stuff
talking about
that
Destiny.
new stuff in Destiny happen?
Not really. It's just Destiny.
To talk about Destiny?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'll be right back.
I have returned.
Hello.
Everybody straight?
Well, there's not much I can do, but no one's hurt.
That's
At the very least. Just in a precarious situation. There's not much I can
Gotcha.
help with. But I will tell you after the show is over. That way we can focus. Everybody back?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I should have done, but I didn't do?
Record.
Record. Actually hit the record button.
Well, now that you mention it.
Don't fucking this guy.
Let's see. That's red. Is that an indent that I see? It might not be an indent that I see.
Oh, that's definitely no audio.
Let's see. This line doesn't look like it's moving very much.
You're a monster.
Oh, you see, what happened there is that I zoomed all the way out while I was recording. So yeah, now it just doesn't look like it's gonna move very much.
All right. Listen, fucker. You guys ready? Hashtag ready as we'll ever be.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Actually, it was not, so it's a good thing I checked. News in gaming. Let's talk about some news, guys. A lot happened this week in its own weird, specific way. A lot to talk about, at least. So, most importantly, Kingdom Hearts. Deep dive right into it. Kingdom Hearts 1.5 HD Remix and Kingdom Hearts 2.5 HD Remix are both coming to the PlayStation 4 in March of 2017.
Well, you know it's not coming out then.
Yeah, for sure not Kingdom Hearts 3 is not coming out in 2017.
Or 2.8.
Well, 2.8 already has release date, January 24th, so that's
okay.
that hasn't changed.
So that's coming out sooner than
So
these guys.
they're both coming out, which is, they're getting a little anxious. I'm not going to lie. Maybe they're biting off more than they can chew. With Kingdom Hearts, you got to pace yourself. All right, kids?
Let's wait another 10 years.
Let's wait another 10 years. Yeah, the 15th anniversary of Kingdom Hearts is 2017. So, Jesus Christ. The third game still isn't out. So, yeah, that's basically, it's all going to be on one disc, which is cool. So, all of the Kingdom Hearts games in one place, essentially. And that combined with 2.8, the collection coming out in January, all of the Kingdom Hearts games will be playable or viewable to some capacity on the PlayStation 4, which is good. It still sucks that neither of those are coming to Xbox One when Kingdom Hearts 3 allegedly still is coming to Xbox One.
Makes no goddamn sense to me. Oh,
yeah.
It makes sense, but whatever.
Yeah, it just I guess Kingdom Hearts 3, to be fair, was kind of announced in a time where we didn't know which one was going to be the more popular of the two. And now, kind of on the other end of it, it makes sense. Sony's relationship with PlayStation and Kingdom Hearts kind of continuing. So that's happening. That was announced. They put out the intro movie for Kingdom Hearts 0.2, the Aqua story, and the 2.8 package coming out in January. Very emotional. I was very emotional watching it. Really great remix for that intro movie as well.
3 needs a new song.
I know it needs a new song.
It really does.
I think they'll definitely do it. They can't just use fucking Simple and Clean or Sanctuary again. I say that now. I get it. No, I know. They could. Make us wait 17 years for another game, and then they're like, no, we're just going to use that same song. No, but we got this dope Sanctuary remix. Wait for you to hear that. No. So that's cool. I'm excited. I'll buy those games again.
Yeah,
They all run at 60 frames per second. So
that's the normal amount of frames.
Did not know that.
yeah. So versus the PS3 ones, which ran at 30. That's cool. It'd be cool to see Kingdom Hearts 2 at 60 frames per second.
On an actual good controller.
On on a good fucking controller that you can't use it on the PS3 one because of the weird dead zone problem. That means I just got to get that platinum before this comes out, so I can platinum it again. But we'll see. We shall see. So they're HD remixing their HD remix because they still haven't put out their third game. I just want to put that out there. I understand that. I'm disappointed too, but I'm still also excited because I'm what's wrong with the video game industry. I get it. Full on hypocrite right here. Fully self-aware. In other news, Nintendo made a statement saying like, hey, we are going to fully unveil the Nintendo Switch, their new console, in a public live stream available to everyone to watch in January. So peace until then. Which a lot of people have been pretty critical of, just because like now that kind of like the smoke and mirrors are gone, right? It's been unveiled and we kind of know what it is. Like waiting, I guess people think is a bad idea. I'm down for this though. I think it's a good idea. Like go full Apple, right? Like honestly, I'd be fine if it came out last week of March and they fully unveiled it first week of March. Like I understand like. The video game industry doesn't do that because there needs to be these weirdly long PR cycles, which I think is still unnecessary and stupid. But like, I'm okay, like the closer the full like price, release date, unveil, like every software unveil stuff, assuming that's what they're gonna do here, which I imagine it is. Like the closer that is to when it actually comes out, the better, I think. So I can understand like. People are like, if you're trying to protect your Wii U games releasing for the holiday, like you already fucked that up. Yeah, no, I agree, but
What games?
Exactly, fucking Mario Party or Paper Mario Color Splash. The fuck are you talking about? But I guess this kind of correlates to 3DS games as well.
What games?
Yeah, exactly. Like the only 3DS game that is coming that matters is like the Pikmin one, I think. Like the Yoshi's Woolly World is like it's hey, it's just a port of Yoshi's Woolly World.
I thought you were gonna say the Pokemon one.
Pokemon matters, but like Pokemon exists in its own like fucking ecosystem, right? They put out some hype for Pokemon as well, which looks good. But like I don't know, it's just it's not. I think this is a good idea. I like it. There's been a weird reception of like, no, you should unveil it now. Of like,
Yeah, I'm more on the bandwagon of you might have just wanted to just wait for that video. You probably shouldn't.
Like,
I mean, like we're glad that you did because now Tony has to play Luigi with us.
Yeah.
But
why do I have to play Luigi though?
Because
that was never part of it.
We got to do the worst one. Super
part
Luigi
of,
Brothers.
Like listen.
We're all playing the same
come
game.
up with the Luigi side bet, and if you win the Luigi side bet,
no more side bets on this side bet.
Well, you see, here's the thing. You down for Luigi?
I mean, none of us are down for this.
I don't like those games to begin with, so it's like whatever.
No one ever is down for Luigi. All right,
you go. Come on, just
maybe Daisy's down for Luigi.
Alex, you down for Luigi?
Shit.
I mean, I don't care.
But if you don't say yes, we're not going to end up playing with you.
All right. Yes.
All right. Nahabishin, help me out here.
Say no. None of us are down for this in general, so we're gonna the point was to torture ourselves, not to have fun.
Well, it's yeah, but we're picking which one we're torturing ourselves with, and like down to torture ourselves with Luigi. Come on.
Yeah, we're down to do it. We're doing it.
All right. All right, that settles it.
This isn't okay. Then we all just start crying. I'm sure there will be plenty of tears on the live stream. It'll be fine. It'll be live on the internet. It's extra live we're doing it for. So yeah, that unveil is coming in January. No more side bets. And another, I just want to throw out a congratulations / acknowledgement of the launch of Waypoint. which is the official title of Vice Gaming.
Yeah.
Austin Walker, Patrick Klepek. I don't know any of the other team members.
Danielle
Riendo?
Riendo. There you go. Thank you. There you go.
I thought that she might be it, but I wasn't sure. So there's 3 of them. Other people, hopefully. So waypoint.vice.com. So they just launched this weekend. They're doing a 72-hour live stream to celebrate that. There was a nice little Giant Bomb Waypoint crossover. Obviously, Austin and Patrick used to work at Giant Bomb. And Jeff Grossman, Vinny Caravella, and Alex Navarro showed up on the Waypoint live stream to kind of merge them together. So yeah, I just want to give shout outs to them. Obviously, they talked about like this being its kind of own website under the Vice arc, kind of like how Polygon is for Vox. So that's pretty cool. It has a name that was announced a couple of weeks ago, or a week or so ago. But yeah, I just want to give them shout outs. If you have time this weekend, if like you're watching the live version of this, then maybe go check out the live stream. I peeked in there just for a minute, but like I had no idea what was going on. Patrick Klepek's going crazy. I think he hasn't slept in 3 days. So currently, as of the time of this recording. So, but yeah, that's cool. Shout out to them. They're cool people. Obviously, I'm very excited about that website. It's very editorial driven, and as a writer primarily, or first and foremost, I should say, that's exciting for me. So, yeah, check it out. And go ahead.
Back to the Switch for a second. You still thinking? Is this gonna be one platform?
I hope
3DS?
so.
3DS and
Nintendo has come out and said I think they're going to support the 3DS, or they plan on continuing supporting the 3DS, whatever that means. They haven't acknowledged the Wii U really at all, which means they really are shipping that thing off to die. I don't know. Like it really depends. I think I said it on the show. If not, I said it on Twitter. The idea that maybe they could put out like a Switch Lite or a Switch, like a mini Switch or a Switch Slim that is just a handheld, that like doesn't come with the dock or is smaller and is like would be just just the handheld light version of it. That might be a little bit more affordable, but that way it still has the same library of games. I think that would make a lot of sense for that platform, and that would allow them to continue to develop for both, assuming it's like the same power level over 9,000, of course. I'm sorry, that was a disappointment to everyone. But yeah, I really think unification is where Nintendo needs to go. And we talked about it, like the idea that maybe mobile becomes their handheld platform, and this becomes everything else. So I think that makes sense. That also is a viable option.
it's just like them like declaring like this like flatly like this is a home console.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, like it just making me think like I just don't think like something like a Pokemon is going to go into that.
Yeah, and like you got the Pokemon company guys out there saying like Pokemon will always be a handheld series and never a console series and things like that. It's very confusing. I don't know. Like I think a lot of things are changing at Nintendo. I mean,
like
they're under new
like,
leadership too. So
yeah, like if they don't announce, which would be kind of a weird thing to do, like announce another handheld at that January stream along with the Switch. So it's like you'll still have the handheld as well. Like I don't know. I think we're just making too much of an assumption that that'll actually happen, and that's just building up to a big disappointment that I don't really want Nintendo to get.
yeah.
So
I mean, like, regardless, as like a home platform, the Switch is very exciting for me. If it ends up that they have a handheld platform alongside it, it wouldn't deter from the Switch for me. It would deter from that handheld. Like, in my eyes, if they've got a home platform that you can just pick up and take away, like that's the ideal handheld for me. So whatever their handheld console, their 3DS successor is after that, just wouldn't be as exciting to me because it wouldn't be as powerful. Like bottom line,
Right.
yeah, it's just weird because like I know where I'm coming from as far as like this is like whatever it is, I was gonna get it anyway because I just want to play Nintendo games and that's all I'm gonna play on it is Nintendo games. So it doesn't matter what it is per se, as long as I can get it and I can play it and it's actually okay to play as. I'm fine with that. But like everyone else is coming from, it's more of like it has to be this, and if it's not that, then it's going to be a huge disappointment for everyone. So
yeah, like it would be very difficult to position that announcement of a handheld platform for them going forward. They could do it, right? They could, they could do something that is dual screens as well, or in that territory of like Game Boy or DS, like. But I think they know they're hemorrhaging their handheld with this intentionally. Like, they have to lose their handheld market if they're making a platform that you can also turn into a handheld. Like, they're not dumb. Like, Nintendo is maybe a little obtuse and not necessarily doesn't understand the internet in a lot of ways, but they're good businessmen and women. Like, they have made platforms that sell, except for the Wii U. I mean, the Wii U was a bad. Like, I've said it multiple times. Like, the Wii U was bad for multiple reasons, not just because it didn't have third-party support or whatever, and because of its release. It's bad because like it's called the Wii U, and it relies on this gimmick that it never justified except for one game. So in my opinion, so like that was a bad move, and it's definitely very weird and concerning coming into their next platform. Like, how many bad moves are they going to make? But I don't know. They've done like really successful things, and this seems like a really novel idea that works and doesn't compromise the integrity of video games and the video games they want to put out on that platform. So I have faith that maybe they know that, but maybe they don't. Like, maybe they think that they can have their cake and eat it too, but we'll see. Like, honestly, if the Switch ended up being just a handheld, I'd also be okay with that. Like, but it is a thing that you can plug into a TV, so I would rather see them go in the just a handheld direction than the console, than like trying to have a console handheld and a handheld. So, again, like, maybe there is a Switch Lite that is just a handheld, and that way it's the same library of games, but they can kind of have that more.
They'll actually have the battery power.
Right, kind of like how it'd be like the 2DS, 3DS,
exactly,
and all that, like, but clunkier and no 3D.
Yeah, like, so it's
and just a bad idea.
It doesn't.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. But like, if they could have like the thing that has the good battery, it's not as big a screen and it doesn't plug into a TV, but it'll still play the same games. That would make a lot of sense, and I hope that's what they end up doing. Maybe, and the thing is, like, the speculation originally was that maybe they announced this and it's a handheld, and eventually they release the dock later. What if it's the reverse of that, where it's like, hey, here's the console. It's a home console and it's really powerful, and they release the handheld light version of it later. And that way, again, it's pulling from the same library of games, and the games, quality-wise, don't change at all. But if you wanted just a cheaper version of this that you maybe would have to go out and buy an extra thing in order to plug into a TV, like essentially the one that doesn't come with a dock and is smaller, then that's a thing too. So I think that would make a ton of sense. And
You should
I feel like that's
this date. I feel like that's the most sense I've ever heard.
Like, I feel like Nintendo is savvy enough to be able to do something like that. Again, like, the key is that the same games work on both, right? And if they can pull that off, then like whatever, it's fine. So,
right, it's like, which one do you want? And I'm
Yeah.
like, I want the mini version.
Yeah, do you primarily just want a handheld? Okay, cool, we'll make that version too. But if you want the both or the primarily a console one, there it is. It's the one that comes out first. Go get it. So, I think that makes sense. You with me?
Yeah.
Let's hope. Keep your fingers crossed. Like, the thing about Nintendo is, like, everyone's always rooting for Nintendo. No one, like, wants to see Nintendo fail. And I definitely, like, honestly, the way they announced this made me feel like they're so confident about this platform. Like, it made me think that this probably isn't going to be the last hardware that Nintendo makes, even though I kind of want it to be. Or I'm like, not necessarily want it to be, but okay with it being. And like, because eventually fucking Sony and Microsoft can't keep making Xbox 2s and PlayStation 5s forever either. Like, that's going to dry up someday too. So, one console future. Dennis Dyack called it. All right, let's talk about Bethesda. So this is kind of like the big discussion-worthy news of the week. So, Bethesda. Bethesda and Game Reviews is the title of this blog post that Bethesda put out earlier this week. I'm going to read that blog post, and then we're going to talk about it, because everybody's talking.
Sounds good.
So, at Bethesda, this is written by Gary Steinman, which is the global content leader at Bethesda Games.
Hello.
Hello, it's Gary Steinman. That's super terrible. All right, I won't read it in that voice. At Bethesda, we value media reviews. We read them, we watch them, we try to learn from them when they offer critique, and we understand their value to our players. Earlier this year, we released Doom. We sent review copies to arrive the day before launch, which led to speculation about the quality of the game. Since then, Doom has emerged as a critical and commercial hit. It is now one of the highest-rated shooters of the past few years. With the coming launches of Skyrim Special Edition and Dishonored 2, we will continue our policy of sending media review copies one day before release. While we continue to work with the media, streamers, and YouTubers to support their coverage, both before and after release, we want everyone, including those in the media, to experience our games at the same time. We also understand that some of you want to read reviews before you make your decision, and if that's the case, we encourage you to wait for your favorite reviewers to share their thoughts. Skyrim Special Edition releases globally on October 28th for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Dishonored 2 releases globally on November 11th for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. So, essentially, Bethesda has stated, to surmise, that they are no longer going to be sending early review copies to reviewers for any publication, including the big sites to the little ones like us.
They're still sending review copies out.
They're still sending review copies out. They're still providing media to that, but not with enough time to review it. Essentially, knowing that they're aware of that. They even say in here they want everyone to experience it around the same time.
Right.
This has led to a lot of thoughts and criticism, and even I don't really know where I'm at with this. It's conflicted. Nabishin brought this up. It's definitely something I would like to talk about. So a lot of publications.
Before you go forward, you just read it.
Yeah.
I just heard it. I already have my stance. It's perfect, right?
Okay.
Let's see if we can change it.
Okay.
Right now, I think this is a good thing.
Okay.
Because it cuts down on reviewers who publish the reviews as soon as the what's it called? It's not a
embargo.
It's as soon as the embargo lifts, regardless of how much they act. Yes,
embargo.
Embargo. Go ahead, Scott.
As soon as the DMCA lifts, regardless of how much of the game they played.
Okay.
Because they now it's their job to go and meet that deadline.
Okay.
This cuts down on that because that's no longer an option to be. That's no longer really an option to be out on day one.
Not to disagree totally, but like,
I
don't you
disagree,
think?
So.
But like, don't you think they'll like hasten the reviews to go out in a way? So they'll be the first one to have it out.
Well, that's the thing. If you're the first one to have it out when you don't have any pre-time to have anything ready, it'll be easier to tell which ones are rushing it.
Yes,
but
and
then
no.
again, like how relevant does it stay every day after release? You know, because people who are going to buy the game will have already bought it.
So that's the other thing with this change. this is hopefully a step in the direction that cuts down on the pre-order market that we've hated, that arose, that we hated for so long
I mean, like
and still hate.
maybe like it
It,
could
it
be that.
if every it, just 1 second. If
I'm with you.
everybody does it, if everybody does it, then that'll take a huge chunk out of the pre-order market.
But like,
Can we agree that taking a chunk out of the pre-order market is a good thing?
Well, that's
I
if
mean,
reviews
yes,
matter to those people.
yeah,
In the
like,
first place.
but the thing is, like, I feel like it's weird because Bethesda posted this very publicly, right? Like, like, I could see this as maybe like a thing that maybe Bethesda would email to publications, but instead they posted it on their public blog. Typically, the general consumer, I feel like might be aware of the developer and like the things that they post, but they aren't necessarily aware of the review process.
And that's the other thing. At the end of the day, at the very least, this sheds some light on the reviewing process, whereas nothing but a major change really would have, which in the same time has issues like has issues that have arrived that have not been there before, like the abundance of day one patches and games not exactly working as they needed to until a week after the actual release date.
I know, but I like that's not going to change, right? Like that's for sure not going to change. And like here's my thing, and I get like where you're coming from too, but I also see, and a lot of people have taken this stance. I think it's maybe a little hyperbolic, of like this is an attack on reviews and on reviewers. But it's the same thing of like when Bethesda posted that blog post earlier this year, like, hey, Sony's not allowing us to put mods out on PS4 for Fallout 4 or Skyrim Special Edition, so that's why we're not doing it. It's their fault, not ours. It's like putting this kind of statement out is like saying like, hey, we're just not going to do this anymore. Because we think we're thinking of the consumer when really like they're thinking of themselves. Now, if it was any other publication, I would give them the benefit of the doubt. But this is the publication that put out Fallout 4, a broken fucking video game, in a lot of ways still, and like that's like the thing is like Bethesda Softworks, their games like the Skyrims and the Fallouts and whatever tend to be way more broken than other games, and they get
That's true.
so much of a pass on that because they're Bethesda and they make great games or whatever. When like
Modding
Fallout,
community,
and they have their modding community, but whatever. Like
the modding community fixes
yeah,
it.
but like the modding community is on PC, and now it's kind of coming to consoles. But like that's not an excuse to put out a broken game, and that is not an excuse to fuck over like console players. Essentially, like playing that game on PS4 was a chore at times. Not that I played a lot of it, but I definitely played enough of it to see how fucked up it was. So like if there's not going to be reviews, right? And a lot of the reviews for Fallout 4 were lower than I am sure Bethesda anticipated because that game was like the console reviews. The PC reviews were relatively fine. Like, for example, Giant Bomb gave the PC version a 4 and the console version is a 3 out of 5. Because, like, the console versions were a mess and if reviewers don't have access to it, then people who, like there's no essential way... Like, reviewers exist to criticize a game, like, you know, respectfully critique a game. Obviously, it hopefully always comes from a place of goodwill and good faith. And as a reviewer, like that's always where I'm coming from. Like I'm just trying to give you an idea of what I think of this game and like in my opinion, the overall quality of the game and experience. And there are definitely people that maybe are more vindictive than others. And there are definitely people that rush reviews. I've had the luxury of never having to do that, right? The few games that I've gotten pre-release, I've never rushed a review, right? I've always taken my time, even if like the review ends up going out after release. And like you gotta, I assume positive intent with this kind of stuff always, because like I am a reviewer, right? That comes from my perspective. Like the IGNs, I know will wait; they'll hold a review until it's right, like until they know they've done it justice. The Polygons, the Giant Bombs, they'll do that, especially Giant Bomb, which very often will wait until very post-release to publish a review so they can see see it in live environment. It's just like when Bethesda puts out a game like Fallout 4, just to use that example, which is essentially broken on PS4 and Xbox One in a lot of ways. As far as like day of release, they patch it later, but as far as day release, and people can't know that before they buy it, that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Again, if it was any other publication, I would want to give them the benefit of the doubt. But like the first thing I saw was like, okay, well, I get it. You know, they don't want to do it. They don't have to do it. Obviously, it's a sign of respect, I think, but they don't have to do it. But then I'm like, well, Fallout 4 was fucked up. And like, if Fallout 5 or Elder Scrolls 6 is like that same kind of game running on that same fucking engine they've been using for however many years, and it's even more broken because they're just essentially nailing boards and other garbage on top of it, and they're not like actually rebuilding it from the ground up, and it presumably would be worse because of that, then like that's something that I think people should know about beforehand.
Right. And it does make sense that if they can't really look it up day one, then if they have to, that's the thing though. If they should know about it, then they should also be trying to look it up, correct?
Yeah.
Then what happens day one when it comes out and they can't find anything good?
I mean, like,
do they still buy it?
I think a lot of people do. They're like, well, nobody's saying anything, so it must not be bad. Like, the assumption of like, oh, well, there's no day one reviews, so it must be bad, I feel like is like a very in-group mentality. Like, people like us who are kind of more on the inside think like that.
Well,
but the general consumer doesn't.
I wouldn't say that.
I mean, I would,
I'd
just
say
because I'm on Twitter and that's what people say.
I would think this is a no day one reviews. Game must be long. That's where I'm at with that. Generally.
Well, like there is a stigma of like if you don't send a review copy early, then maybe you don't believe in the product. Now I do want to read just this. Actually, I won't. I've decided against it. But there are a lot of thoughts out there from reviewers, like reviews editors, that are interesting takes on it. Some like all across the spectrum. Some people are not as upset about it as others, I'll say. But like I want to believe you, Scott, that like I want to agree with you that like this will cut down on pre-orders and this will lead to more people being like, I'm actually just going to wait because if reviewers didn't get a copy of it, like I want to see what this person has to say before I buy it, before I spend my $60 because it's a lot of money to throw out there. Like I want to believe that it will do that, but I just like I think that maybe it won't. And maybe Bethesda putting out this blog post actually does build awareness and does like tell people like, oh, okay, so maybe for future Bethesda games I should wait before buying it. I just hope this doesn't set a precedent of like, well, oh, if Bethesda can get away with it, then we all can. And then like essentially millions more people are just buying games on day one because they're too impatient to wait for a review. And then more people are buying broken games and then more people think they can get away with it. And so on and so forth.
My 2 cents.
Please.
I'm mostly concerned about it because it allows Bethesda to control what people know about the games for longer. Until third parties such as reviewers and stuff like that get copies of games to take a look at. The only information that we get are their press releases, what they show at E3 or at PAX or whatever. There's parts of games that are more polished than maybe or less indicative of the actual game than what would be in the full version. It lets them like pick specific people to take a look at games and stuff like that. That's something that's been pretty common, like with streamers recently. Like having a streamer take a look at a game and play only a specific part or something like that. I've seen that kind of stuff on Twitch. I think it's just in general bad for like to let people know less for longer when they are making that decision of pre-order. Do I buy this game? Do I not buy this game? In Bethesda's case now, it may be their goal that there are no reviews on release day. maybe not, as bad as that might sound, but as a side effect, there will be less information about a game when it comes out, for people who have been, influenced by the hype of the information that's been being released, specifically, with the intent of making people excited, when they go to make that decision. And then it may be after they make the decision that the reviews come out and they already know for themselves at that point. It also kind of sucks just for reviewers in general, because it makes it harder for them to do their job, at least in a way that is relevant. Kind of like what I mentioned earlier, every day after a game gets released, reviews are slightly less relevant and less important. Yeah. While they're definitely important forever, right? But like they're definitely going to be the most relevant right before a game releases or on its release day when people are making that decision.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. With the only reason that decision is up there day one is because of the day one review.
But like they're not all necessarily day one reviews. Like sometimes, like Sony, for example, sends out their games far in advance, and the embargo for their games
that's what I mean.
Like,
yeah,
a week beforehand and stuff like.
Right.
When it comes down to it, unless you're pre-ordering, you're making your decision when the game comes out. Am I buying this game? Am I going to go and spend my money on this game now? Am I going to go into the PlayStation 4 or Xbox, online store and press this button, put money into it, and download this game?
Yeah, and a lot of people still pre-order games when they're announced. Like, fucking Red Dead Redemption 2 was announced last week, and at the end of that trailer that they put out last Thursday, it says pre-order now. God knows how many people pre-order that game now, and they'll still have those pre-orders, and then it'll, like, for like Amazon's or PlayStation or whatever, like it'll just charge them, and then like that's
I don't think that this change really applies to those people though.
Yeah, I mean, true, but like if you can get a review out before like the game comes out, then like that gives people time to mull over if they have a
definitely. But I think the majority of people who make those snap decisions wouldn't necessarily revisit it. They would just go through it unless something drastic happened. Right? I feel like that.
A response to this post led to multiple people I know, including like Trevor Starkey, canceling pre-orders for like Dishonored 2.
Sure.
So,
I mean, I already don't pre-order anything.
Yeah, neither do I.
Right.
Except Persona 5. Shut up. I have a problem.
Yeah. I mean, like, there's definitely, like, we're allowed to pick and choose the things that we, like, know we're going to buy or know we're going to get. And, like, that's up to us, and as long as we own that. I think a general rule is don't pre-order games because, like, you're supporting an industry that, like, has pre-order bonuses and retailer-specific bonuses.
Yeah.
That's, like, arbitrary and ridiculous. Yeah, it's super stupid. But like, if you know you're gonna buy a game, like I'm not gonna fucking hold it against you. If you're like, yeah, I pre-ordered it. Like I know I'm gonna buy Persona 5.
Yeah.
So yes,
I'd like for that to be here on the day.
Yeah, the stigma with the pre-orders is you're buying into a game that may or may not be what it says it is.
Yeah, exactly.
And plus, I play at that moment and not have to wait 5 hours to actually play the game when it's
exactly.
Releases.
Yeah.
Yeah. The pre-download's nice.
Yeah. So like with the onset, like with digital games, if I could just buy that the day before it comes out, right, and have it downloaded beforehand. Like if that counts as pre-ordering, I guess, but like I don't really see it that way.
Yeah, I mean, I did that with No Man's Sky, and I got burned like most people. So
yeah, and like No Man's Sky is like the big example. Like the game essentially was not live until the day before it came out.
Right. Yeah, reviewers played a very different version of the game,
and people had access to that game and reviewers had access to a different version of that game, and then that patch came out, and like that is a game that had this hype that was very much beyond its control.
Oh yeah.
And there were no way, like, because of the way that game was built, there was no way for people to review that game in the final form it would have until after it came out or until the day before it came out, and that ended up like a lot of people got burned on that game because reviews couldn't exist beforehand, because they didn't send out those copies beforehand, and because like they didn't patch that, like they waited until the last minute essentially to put half that game in that game. And like that's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
And I feel like if like developers are like putting broken things on disc and assuming they'll patch it later to make it okay, like this kind of mentality of like we don't need to send out early copies and our game doesn't need to be done until the day before it comes out, like that mentality will continue and persist, and that's not good. But I want to hear what Nabishin has to say.
I just feel like Bethesda pretty much used Fallout as not Fallout. I'm sorry, Doom as just an excuse. Excuse because like this is something that they probably would always wanted to do or was always in the making of doing, and it just turned out that Doom was actually like a good product. It's like sure they made a solid single player and everyone praises that, but no one talks about the multiplayer. And if anything, if you were wanting to play Doom for the multiplayer, you were kind of disappointed from what I've been hearing for people who actually wanted something out of that and they didn't really get that much as what they wanted from that. So it seems like I mean like it's encouraging that they say like like wait for your favorite reviewer before you actually getting our game, but it's like at the same time like you're talking to people who already have pre-ordered your game, and like if you say Fallout 5 is coming out or Fallout New Vegas 2 whatever or it's going to get announced, and like people will pre-order that and they'll be waiting for that game. It's I don't know, like it's a sticky subject because you guys both always said pretty much everything I wanted to say, so I don't really have much to add to it.
Right, like here's the thing about it. For the argument against the day one patch and broken discs that'll essentially end up being paperweights, the only thing that'll change that is having review copies in the game ready at least a month in advance, so people have more than a week of that review being out to say, hey, this is a complete game, hey, this is that, hey, this is that, and companies,
yeah, but, like, I think
that is
important.
how you think it would be. However, that doesn't happen already, and that'd be something that companies would have to push for. Whereas
and I think that's something they should push for. Like
it's something that they should try to push for, but the reality of it.
Yeah, but like we shouldn't accept that reality. We should ask more of video game developers. Like Final Fantasy 15 is out there for reviewers. People have that game and they're playing it, and it is like the version of that game that is gonna like maybe whatever, like they actually put the day one patch on the disc and now people have it and it's a complete game on a disc versus a half a game on a disc and then the final part of it on the day one patch. But people have that game, and word on the street is that people really like it. So like, and reviewers have it, right? The reviewers are playing it and they have plenty of time to play it, plenty of time to sink their teeth into it and think about it and sit on it and give an honest opinion by the time the game comes out. And I think that's important.
Yeah, I think it would be insulting if the next Fallout come out, or even Elder Scrolls comes out, and like day one you're just now getting the game, and you expect them to like actually take the time to review something as big as like a Skyrim or something like that. That's kind of fucked up.
It's shitty. Like it's like you're not expecting them to review that game because you're just expecting to sell that game, and like that means that you don't care about reviews, obviously. But I feel like is saying that with this. And like you don't respect that critical process, which like for some game developers, sure, like I'm not gonna like if you don't like just fucking say it, you don't, and like you're like, hey, this is for consumers, not for reviewers, whatever. But like you will also like if you then also ship a product that is broken or requires a 3 GB day one patch, that's fucked up.
Yeah,
and you
those
fucked
games
up.
Are be fucking flawless when they come out.
Yeah, it's like
they have zero excuse.
Like. You are setting a precedent for video game companies to fuck over the consumers, and like I don't think that like I wouldn't want to stand for that. And maybe like we're reading too much into it, but like I just don't want this to become a precedent
that much.
For
I'd probably say yeah, but no. I'm asking you to remember back to the Something's Going to Cave article that who wrote? I'm forgetting the name now.
Was it one of our writers or
no? This is the old Uncharted 4 leader.
That
one.
Amy
That
Hennig's,
one. The Amy Hennig's interview.
Of like
I'm asking you to harking back to that, and then I want you to ask that. I want you to ask the reality of what is the reality? There's not that many developers who can do that. There's not that many people out there who can survive doing that.
Yeah, and like
anymore.
Like I said then, and I'll say it again now, like we need to take a long, hard look at how we make video games, and if we need more time to make them, and if we need to stop pushing ourselves as hard to put out games that aren't fucking broken and require day one patches, then we need to do it. Because we cannot kill developers over this, and we can't ask people to pay $60 for a game that requires a 5 gigabyte day one patch.
Like, just to be straight up honest, like, I know we don't really talk about it, but the voice actor strike that's going on right now, and like, I'm hoping that sets a precedent. So like, so that video game developers maybe get a union or something like that, because they deserve better. And like,
yeah,
it's for me, it's crazy and unacceptable to work 5 years on a game and just like shit it out, like something like, I guess, Battlefield 4, for example, like something like that, and like working so long for that game and then like putting it out and having it be broken, and then like getting like pretty much shit on constantly because of that, even though you put so much of your life into it, and like all you can do is just like work on it constantly until it gets better. And like, I mean, that's people's lives. And like,
and like then they had to pick up the pieces afterwards.
Yeah, and like I said, like something has to give. And honestly,
you're right. Yeah,
like even if it's like a whole year of like pretty much not having big AAA games, just because like everyone's just stopped working, so they can like get to a compromise that has something that's like more universally like human for everybody else, that's fine. And like, go back to your backlog. We'll be fine. Video games will be fine. Yeah. But like, it's just like, there's something that has to be done, I think.
Yeah, no, like I agree with you, Scott. Like, game development can't continue along the way, but we don't have to like compromise like reviews, because that we need to change how games are made.
It's messed up from top to bottom.
Yeah,
and like including the way the process is like for the reviewers now. Not so bad on the reviewer end, but definitely terrible on the consumer end. Yeah. And that's not entirely the fault of the developer or the reviewers either.
Yeah.
And entirely.
Yeah.
And this would be a step in changing that.
Yeah, I mean, like
it requires them getting burned, yes, but at the same time, they've been getting burned with the review anyway.
But like, I don't think this actually helps anything. I think it's just like an arbitrary step. Like, it's just like you're hiding the problem by making it less apparent to the people that are calling out the issues, right? If the game is broken and people can't tell you that, that doesn't change the fact that the game is broken, and it doesn't change the fact of what happened during the game's development. And something's got to give. I think we all can agree on that. Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of this bringing up a conversation of like, I don't know, game development's fucked up, because it is, and there are more problems than just reviewers not getting review copies early. There are bigger problems, like people being super mistreated in development. And I think that all ties together. What an interesting multi-week news cycle this has been. But yeah, I think, does that wrap up our 2, 4 cents, 8 cents?
I think we put $1 in it.
Yeah, we put $1 in it.
I'd put $1 in it.
All right. Yeah.
Don't treat it like a stripper, Tony.
Oh my god. All right. Let's take a peek into the mail sack then. That's it for news.
All right.
Unless anything else happened. Did anything else happen?
No.
Yeah. Time to switch it up. All right. Anyway, what do we want to do first? Silver PR's got a game for us.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let me see if I need to read his email first. Whoa.
Yo, bonus games talk. I played some Diablo 3 this week.
I was thinking about Diablo 3 this week.
You should play some Diablo 3 with me this week.
Oh, wow. This is... Okay, it looks like this is just a... No, it is a voicemail as well. It was a very long email. All right, I will... let's play this bad boy.
What up, guys? So we are here. Hope everybody's doing all good and well. You know, above the average playtime I had this week, you know, considering that I have to deal with baby PR and also pregnant lady that it's, you know, in the halfway stage, and gets rowdy at this time of that process. It's kind of quite an adventure. No, but it's a good adventure. But I digress. Let's go to video games. Let's go to the usual ones. Rocket League. Here a bit, a little bit here, a little bit there. But I bought the other day some crate keys that they sell. The crate keys is for some crates.
Oh no, you broke all the
that
way.
you
You broke all the way.
randomly as any other random item that the game gives you after a match.
No.
And it's to open these crates and have some sweet loot out of them. Some items that you don't usually attain by any
Oh,
other
he bought
means.
those crates.
And it's a game that I've been playing for a year and a half or so. And, I provide them from time to time when I buy some of the car skins. But I want to give them $5. Why not? It's a game that given me plenty of fun throughout, 2015 and 2016. So
No, Silver, it's the cave cycle.
also Street Fighter 5, but I'm not getting into that. It's just a lot of casual and ranking play. And also Overwatch that I'm trying to level up as much possible because I want to get as many loot boxes as possible. And lo and behold, the other night I tweeted it at the Irrational Passion spot. And lo and behold, got that sweet, sweet, hot Mercy Witch costume.
Fucking hate you. I replied to his tweet from the Irrational
account.
Passions
I use
Told him to
it
fuck
from
himself.
here and there in time to time, so not a bad one. And that's pretty much about the usual games. Let's go to the one and only one game that I played new. It's episode 3 of Batman the Telltale's game series.
Ugh.
Man, I mean, aside of, a midway point when you are with Selena Kyle, the ending twist, my lord, makes me just get to the conclusion that this story, at least this little piece of the multiverse, let's call it, of DC in the Telltale series side, every character is fair play. And I'm meaning fair play in the sense that you don't know who is who, what they do. It's kind of awesome. It threw me off in a way that I was like, wait, what? And it's quite a plot twist that I must say. I applaud them. They gave me something at the end that I like. Wait, what? It made me open my eyes and like, oh fuck this, in a good way.
I'm glad you liked it.
That's pretty much about.
I liked
games.
it too.
No question this way because I want Alex to do something different. I want you guys to play a game of guess what game is this. I been digging out the internet to look for back of the boxes or ad blurbs of some games. And I'm gonna do it. This is something that is not gonna be weekly. I mean, it's a section of its own. But I want to do it this week. Just put your guys to the test.
It's very
You can
elaborate.
Try to guess games.
I'm reading the rules.
Some games maybe they're too old for you. Maybe they got out
For
when you
sure.
got born. But maybe you heard them, and if you listen to the blurbs and the redacted blanks they have on them, maybe you can try to piece it together and try to guess the game. So, it's something that I want just to do, just for funsies. Hopefully, it works.
Well, I mean,
If you
I'm
didn't do it in
screwed.
this section, well,
Yeah,
this
all
is
of you
something
are.
that I tried. But regardless, it's something that I did with all my heart and soul. So, without further ado, guys, have a fun one.
Have a hum one.
I thought I had a stroke there. Have a fun one.
Don't do that.
Have a happy Saturday. So, OPR, signing out.
Spooky Saturday.
Thanks. Have a spooky Saturday. Spoopy. All right, you guys ready for this?
Yeah, I can't. Marketing doesn't work on me. It just doesn't go in.
Scott's impervious to marketing.
It couldn't work if I wanted it to work.
So I'm gonna read the rules to you guys first, and then we're gonna go through. He's got looks like 4 games here, 5, and 5 in a bonus round. 5, 4 video games and a bonus round. It's all one game anyway. All right, so the rules: the host, me in this case, will start the first round with the host or guest rightmost in his chat window, which in this case, well, I'm on the far right, so it would be Novishin in this case. Who's the next one over, I guess. The host shall narrate the game blurb to whose turn is designated. The player has 5 seconds after the blurb is whole read to guess. He said each correct guess is 1 point. Second rule: if the host reads the whole blurb and the player hasn't answered by the time it expires, the next to the right on chat has a chance to guess. If nobody guesses, there's no point given. Rule number 3: each round will continue to the next host to the right, regardless if she gets it or not. Example of the order of hosts is Tony, Scott, Nabashin, which Tony's turn, but he failed, then Scott failed, then Nabashin failed, then it would go back to Tony.
So what you're saying is, in this case, it's backwards, right? So Navashin, then Scott, then me?
Correct.
Because that's, yeah, okay. That's what it looks like on the...
So Nabashin, Scott, Tony,
Yep.
Nabashin, Scott, Tony. So, in the chance a player that was not his turn guesses the answer correctly, e.g. speaks when not ordered to, that point shall go to who guess was designated in that moment.
Then the king gets the points, right? Justin wins?
Yeah, Justin wins. No. So if, like, say, Tony said it when it was Nabashin's turn, then Nabashin would get the point. In the case of having an unevenly number of participants and doesn't have enough to run around the participants at least twice, the second time around, make the last guesses. So it's a free-for-all if everyone makes a guess after we get through the second time. Bonus round games shall only be used if a tiebreaker is needed. I like that specification. He says, have fun, I guess. All right. So, Nabashin, you ready?
Yeah, I guess.
Let me see. Do I read the whole prompt? I'm trying to see. Yes, okay. This is pretty long, so there's no way anyone's gonna get this. All right. You're a raging Canadian on the tail of a swamp rat. For the first time ever, 3 of the most awesome action video experiences explode into one mean swamp stomping adventure. From zapping mobsters and wrestling gators in muddy marshes to chasing through the streets of Nolans, driving and shooting in your road-hugging 4-wheel drive doom machine, you're up against it all. 'Cause that gangster king of Bourbon Street has snatched your best girl, pretty little Annabelle, the sweetest honey around, and run her off this heavily armed estate, a plantation filled with perils and pitfalls. So muster up courage and sharpen your food long blade. It's time to go hunting, but if you ain't careful, the prey will eat you alive. I guarantee.
I give up.
I might surprisingly know this.
All right, Tony, you have a guess?
Is it an NES game?
Yeah.
Okay, and then I know it's Bayou Billy.
It is The Adventures of Bayou Billy.
I played that game, man.
Holy shit! It's a Konami published game from 1989. All right, so that's 1 point for Tony. So I guess we will start from the person to the right of Tony, which would be back to Nabashin. Unless, I guess, well, Scott gave his answer up, so...
He said he didn't know.
Then I'll give the point to Tony.
Yeah.
All right, game number 2. A daring rescue. Centuries ago, in the era of the Edo shoguns, Japan was attacked by a band of mystical villains. In the ruthless assault, the beautiful Princess Kiri was kidnapped. No one has been able to rescue her since, not even the bravest samurai warriors. You, blank, a daring young ninja warrior, are Princess Kiri's last hope.
Mystical ninja? I don't know.
Nope. Scott?
No.
Tony?
I have no idea.
All right. Do we want to go through another round? Or you guys, no way.
None of us know.
No.
The Legend of Kage, which is
Nope.
a Taito Corporation game from.
Is that a Naruto game?
1987, I guess.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's
These are all NES games, so these are all going to be hard picks. I feel like,
Shit, man, they're all NES games.
There's only a couple of those games I'll get.
yeah, it's
It's like
Final Fantasy. That's it. Game 3. I think Silver PR thought too much of our gaming history.
Whatever, man. I got Bayou Billy, so I'm good.
It's true. I was not expecting any of you to get that. Crowd-pleasing madness. The huge Amazon quickly body slams you to the mat, and you feel the pain, but the crowd is roaring, and you drag yourself up for another go. He misses a step. You move in with your famous piledriver punch and follow up with a flying body attack from the top rope for the pin and match. The crowd goes wild.
WrestleMania?
Close, but no. Scott?
It's probably not going to be a WWE game. So yeah, those aren't out yet. So yeah.
Tony?
I have no idea.
It's Pro Wrestling, which is a Nintendo game from 1987. Game number 4. Right now, Tony just killing it.
Nailed it with that 1 point.
You are Kuros, a powerful knight who enter the woods of Elrond. I'm guessing.
Who enter? Does
Who
Bruno
enter?
Mars is gay?
Does Bruno Mars is gay? Legend says that a powerful wizard named Malkil, oh my god, that's a great name, has gone completely mad during his years and turned his powerful magic to the dark side. Malkil has his base on the castle Ironspire, where he has imprisoned a young and beautiful princess. It is up to the Kuros to save the princess once and for all.
No idea.
No idea. Scott? It's a rare game. I'll give you that hint.
I'm probably, yeah.
Nothing. Tony?
Wizards and Warriors.
Yes, it is Wizards and Warriors.
Yep. Nope.
Fuck yeah.
Tony, the most versed NES game.
Dude, I played some NES back in the day.
Yeah, you did. That Dunk Hunt. I tell you what.
Dude,
I didn't even play that.
All right. The most radical fun under the sun. Get ready for the gnarliest, most radically awesome sports event under the sun. They're 6 of blank's hottest games. I guess he's putting in blank there. Geared for daredevils and guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Jesus. First, pick your sponsor, then tackle the heavy competition in surfing, roller skating, BMX bike racing, and more. Take risks to score high, because wimps wipe out. Trophies are awarded for single events and overall competition, so grab your gear and go for it. You'll be up to your jams and awesome action, and you just might walk away with first prize.
These marketing people should be fired. All of them.
This is NES, man.
I don't know.
Yeah, fired.
Scott?
Lit on fire, torture.
Scott's like, I don't know anything that isn't in the Steam library.
I don't even know the Steam library, dude.
Tony?
I have no idea.
It is California Games by Epix Inc.
Why would I want to play that?
California games.
I think I might have played it.
Yeah. I definitely watched a lot of people playing California games, or the same 5 people multiple times, but I didn't know the blurb.
So by default, Tony wins. Now, I do want to read this last one because I feel like you guys might get this one. The bonus round one.
All right.
Okay.
Pitted against
Is
the...
it?
Yes.
I was going to ask, is this still an NES game?
Yes, they're all NES games.
Okay.
Pitted against the galaxy's fiercest foe, you either win or the whole world loses. I want to see if the chat's been going fucking crazy this whole time. Nope. No, it's they have not guessed correctly. The universe teeters on the brink of total annihilation at the hands of the vile alien warmonger Red Falcon. Earth's only hope rests with you, a courageous member of the Special Forces Commando Squad. Your mission, battle deep into the deadly Amazon jungle, where the Red Falcon has his galactic henchmen have transformed ancient Mayan temples into awesome mountain monuments dedicated to mass destruction. A multitude of weapons, from rapid-fire machine guns to high-tech lasers, are at your disposal as you sweat blood, fighting past 3D mazes, underground security systems, and tropical forests surrounded by giant waterfalls and alien cannons. This is the ultimate test for the ultimate guerrilla war, and if you survive, Earth survives.
I know what this is.
Metal Gear?
No. Scott?
Why would you guess Metal Gear?
Metal Gear. The original, not Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear, the first one. It is a Konami game.
I know.
It starts with a C. I can't.
It does.
Oh,
I
does
know
start
the
with a
name,
C.
but I can't.
Yeah.
I can't right
get
now.
it,
Why
get it, Scott.
can't I?
You can get it.
Just say it. You
Come
get
on,
it.
Scott. Come on, Scott.
It starts with a C. Come on. Iconic.
I know it is. Why can't I think of it?
1988 Konami in the heydays of Konami games.
The AB code. I know the game.
Yeah, you do know the
You do know the game.
Oh my
I
God.
can't name it. I lose. God damn it.
What is it,
It's-
Tony?
It's Contra.
It
There
is
we go. There it
Contra.
is.
Yeah, I got it from
Oh.
Red Falcon.
Yeah, Red Falcon was the one that I thought would give it away. There you go. That's Silver PR's game. How about Silver PR PlayStation 1 and beyond? We can handle that. Maybe even
Or
SNES
just
games.
obscure
Well,
references
look,
to
actually,
to
like-
games that are now.
Silver
we
PR
could
says,
we could handle SNES and forward probably because
Yeah,
I did do
NES,
a lot of
I was
SNES.
a child.
Tony was a fetus.
Right. For NES, I couldn't read at the time of NES, and then by the time I could read, those games you couldn't find them anywhere anymore.
Yeah, I do like that game. I think it's just we need like more recent. Silver PR in the chat says, "Thanks for playing. Tweet me at Silver PR to let me know the next generation centric theme. To make it next time. I definitely
Atari
think
2600.
Oh my god, fuck no. Caleb Scythalmal is the only person that's like younger than me that I know that's ever touched an Atari.
Just do games on the Genesis, and every time Alex starts saying something, I'm just gonna say Sonic.
Genesis and SNES would be really fun now.
If just despite Alex, he pulls all the Sonic advertisements.
It's just all the Sonic games. Sonic CD, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3. But yeah, that's fun. More games that we might be able to guess. But yeah, that'd be fun. All right. Let's I think that was the only email that we got. Let me double check.
Don't send in the 2600 one because we're gonna die.
Yeah, please God, don't do that. That'd be funny, but we would not get any of them.
Xbox 360, you have a giant library of games, so that'll be pretty good.
But at the same time, that's a little too recent.
Yeah, but all right.
So let's do for the next one. I'd say let's keep it Nintendo. Let's go straight from NES to SNES, and then we can jump around to other systems.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Let me double check something.
So he did say to tweet him. Maybe I'll do it.
Yeah, tweet at him at SilverPR. Let's check in with the tweets. Remember, you can always tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ. We'll read them on
Or
the show.
don't,
I would
whatever.
love it if you did. We did get some from last week, but we didn't really do IPQ last week. Because we were taking calls and everything. Let me see if any of them were. This was one from a couple of weeks ago that I ended up answering on Sunday Chats, but we missed it because it came in like right when we were finishing up. It's from J. James Lugo at Venomous Fatman 1 with number 1, all one word. He says, "What do you guys think was the craziest gaming news of this year so far? The one thing that blew your mind." That's a good question.
Blew my mind.
I thought the probably Switch, I think, was what I said, the Nintendo Switch, but it's a tough one. It's been a lot of news this year, so.
Destiny 3, or rather Destiny 2 got delayed. I was like, fuck, man.
Yeah, that was like January.
That was like January.
The Last Guardian, Final Fantasy 15 are gold.
Yeah, it's true. That's
story
news
mode.
from this week. Both of those games went gold in the last 2 weeks. They're done. It's crazy. Scott, do you have any? I'll take it as a no. All right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Trevor Starkey is from last week. Asked if we were excited to get back into Miitomo on the Nintendo Switch. I would play Miitomo again.
No.
Yeah, all right, fair enough. Logan Wilkinson asked last week, so that's at Snarky Starkey for Trevor, and Lefty Logie Loggy for Logan. He asked, "Have you seen the PBS documentary? Jesus, on Hamilton? Because it's fantastic. Just talk about Hamilton." I've not watched it yet. I think I'm the only person here who cares about Hamilton, but I have not watched it yet. I want to. Hamilton's really good, you guys. If you haven't listened to it, it's phenomenal.
I want to see it live.
I do too, but I am not a millionaire. So, all right. Snarky Starkey, Trevor Starkey, Spooky Starkey, Spoopy Starkey on Twitter.
Spoopy.
Asked the first question for this week. Rational Passions Podcast episode 301. Is it all downhill from here? Yes.
I've been downhill from the start.
Yeah, dog.
If you go back and listen to Irrational Passions episode 1, that was the best episode of the podcast we ever put out. So
What are you talking
obviously
about?
all downhill from there.
Oh my god.
What are you talking about? Downhill is how you pick up speed.
Oh yeah, we're picking up speed. All right, terminal velocity.
Look
over
at
here.
Scott playing the smooth card.
Yeah, dog.
My ovaries.
All right, calm down. No, like I said at the beginning of the show, I had some ideas going forward. Maybe a new host. Maybe some crazy stuff happening. We're taking tryouts for new hosts. That'd be funny if we did tryouts, though. God no.
Stroke that ego.
Yeah. Hey, that's all of our ego, okay? Cameron Abbott. Evil Reverend Cameron Abbott is his current Twitter name. I fucking hate the Halloween Twitter names. Stop it.
2 more.
I'm gonna change mine to Spoopy
Didn't
Tony.
you do one last year?
I did one 2 years
Be
ago.
right
I
back.
think.
Changing my Twitter
Okay.
profile name.
It was Alex O'Lantern,
Boo.
Ooh, I got a real scary one.
but it's dumb.
God.
You'd have to log into Twitter for that, Scott.
Yeah, Scott, you'd have to remember your Twitter password for that.
Well, I mean, I am messaging Silver PR.
Now that you have this
team.
giant phone, Scott, it should be very easy for you to tweet.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have it yet, but yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna do it anyway.
I know. We know, Scott. Don't worry. Cameron Abbott at Unsexiest Comedy on Twitter.
There you go. Now I have a
Yeah.
better Twitter name. You're welcome, Alex.
I don't want to even see it. He says, "What is each member of the Rational Passions podcast biggest guilty pleasure?" He leaves this pretty open ended, so. Spoopy Tony is Twitter. Tony's Twitter, and he just tweeted at me, "Love me." So just for everyone's context. So what's your guilty pleasure? Is it fucking renaming your Twitter name, Tony?
No, that was the first time I've ever done that since I made a Twitter account 7 years ago.
Mine's probably Notice Me Senpai. Or just anime in general. I definitely feel guilty sometimes when I watch anime. Mostly because I watch really dumb anime that makes me cry. And I'm a big baby.
So me for mine, it is. Oh, God, Joe.
A wild Joseph Fate appears. So
For me, it is visual novels and Korean manga.
Korean manga.
It's weird, right? That's a new
Yeah.
thing.
No, that sounds like a new thing. Sounds like a
Except they
new thing.
call it manhwa.
Manhwa. I'm pretty sure that's Spanish.
But then how, like, don't you just read normal manga too? How is that not like?
It's different.
Manga?
Okay.
It's all different.
Yeah, in Korea they say manga instead of manga. It's super weird.
In Korea, they read their books upside down. It's crazy.
It's fucking
Yeah,
nuts.
it's fucking weird. They turn it over.
Malcolm?
I don't know.
Anime, yeah. This is welcome to Irrational Passions podcast, the official shit on anime podcast. Scott, guilty pleasure. Is it metal? Death metal? Korean black metal?
I guess because like I just understand that not a lot of other people like it, so I don't blast it. But at the same time, my house, my rules. Deal with it.
Hashtag deal with it. There it is.
So I like. Would that count?
Sure.
Sure. I'll take it.
Because like the other thing I would have is some of the dumber cartoons I watch. But I mean,
Yeah.
like at the same time, I'm of the mind that like, listen, I want to watch something stupid. If it's not stupid, I don't want to watch it.
Yeah.
Cartoons are the place to go.
All right. George Cruz at superhero. Supa SUPA Hero Jar 26. Come on, George, get a better goddamn Twitter. I thought my Twitter handle was bad. I'm not trying to put you on blast, but come on. I feel like I've done this multiple weeks in a row. He asked the very humble question of, are video games going to be okay? I think so.
Probably. There's enough competition that video games will progressively be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think pretty much no matter what happens at this point, video games will end up being fine.
Hopefully game development will get better, but I think video games will be okay. I feel like there's definitely something's going to give. Like, I think we definitely all agree, but if it gives like video games can still be okay after that.
Right.
Do we all agree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
I think video games are. I think video games will be all right as long as we still have the Japanese industry to keep us
Grounded.
Know where
Yeah.
we came from, plus know kind of what not to do and also what to do at the same time.
Yeah.
That includes like Nintendo and like even like off shot stuff like Danganronpa or something like that.
Yeah.
Stuff
And
that brings you like I was saying with like Virtue's After War, like or not I keep saying that. Everybody got me on that. Is Zero Escape? Goddamn.
sorry.
Like with Zero Escape, like there's so many twists in that game. I'm like, God, like video games don't really do twists really all that often. So it's like like stuff like that.
Are you saying BioShock is the most Japanese Western game ever made?
I mean, what other games besides BioShock has a really big twist in it like that?
I mean, no, you got a point.
Something that's been building up from like the beginning to like the very end.
I guess like maybe like The Last of Us, but it's not like it's not on the same scale. So
Yeah.
it's more of a subtle thing.
All right, there we go. I tweeted.
What? Oh my God! Did Scott tweet? Yes, he did.
That's
Also-
why I don't tweet after you read it, by the way.
Scott tweeted, "We decided SNES would be as old as we could handle for next time."
Wait, we should acknowledge this is the first time in
Scott,
2
can you
years.
please
In
put a
2
picture
years
that
that
is
Scott has
damn
tweeted.
egg?
And you know what? I will put it besides that damn egg. Hold on a second.
Take a selfie. Scott,
And can you
please.
also change your Twitter name to Spoopy Guthier?
fucking don't change it to Spooky?
I'll change my name too.
Change your name to Skit Guthier.
So hold on a second.
Oh, okay. This is important. I was gonna
The
make it.
the long night is over. Scott has tweeted.
The long night is over. I'm gonna retweet this shit. So there you go, Scott Guthier, relevant on Twitter again.
Thanks for attributing me in that quotation.
Whatever. Fuck you, Tony. You changed your name to Spoopy Tony. Fuck you.
Damn right.
I was gonna say maybe one might consider this the best time to play video games.
It's better than yesterday.
Better than yesterday.
Well,
Yeah.
yesterday was pretty good.
You know what? This is more difficult than I wanted it to be on the phone, so I'm going to do it on the computer.
Fair enough. Okay. Next question. NATO Johnston, NATO J18 on Twitter. When will we see a GTA Online heist and raids with Alex and company? Let's Plays Bradit had to suffer throw DK64.
3 years ago.
Three
you
years
missed it.
ago. You missed it.
GTA
We did do a
heist.
GTA Online stream. We did multiple
Yeah,
ones.
we did do that. I was in Naushin's room.
We will not do a raid level heist though. I'll probably never play that game ever again. I've actually been thinking about replaying the story of GTA 5 to see if I still don't like it.
You still do.
Yeah, probably. I probably still don't like it.
There's no question there. You just do.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't have to do that again. Like I said, like do something different. Like try other Rockstar games. Maybe. Did you like LA Noire or did you even play that?
I really like LA Noire.
Yeah, that's a different type of game.
Yeah. Although that wasn't in-house developed by Rockstar, but
I got that DNA though.
it does have that DNA. I didn't like the driving in LA Noire.
I didn't like everything else in LA Noire.
Fair enough. Incredible world. Rockstar makes incredible worlds and
And
graphics.
then they put a flamethrower out of nowhere.
I love that game.
Fuck that game. Oh my god, fuck that game.
I know. You're not wrong. I'm not going to say that you're wrong because you're definitely not wrong. Ivan Lekovich at PunkFan97 says, favorite games to play on Halloween? Also Doctor Strange hype? I'm so excited about Doctor Strange. I don't know if you're excited now, but I know you're going to go see it.
Yeah.
I love Benedict Cumberbatch. It's one of my
I know
favorite
you
actors.
do.
So
Fucking Cumber Bunny bullshit. or whatever.
Cumber Bunny for life. One of my coworkers yesterday said that two of my coworkers said they didn't like Benedict Cumberbatch, and they're like, yeah, I don't know who likes him. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me right now? So I've never met anyone that didn't like Cumber Bunny. This is relevant to Rockstar Games. The Undead Nightmare I appreciate that from afar. I've not played it. I'm not like a huge Halloween game person. Like the only one I've ever played is Infamous Festival of Blood, which is awesome. I guess that's the only one. I mean, I've played horror games.
Costume Quest?
I played a little bit of Costume Quest. I didn't get super into it. I feel like I totally missed the ship on that. I feel like if I had come to that right when it had come out, that I would have liked it. Monday is Halloween and I have that day off, so maybe I'll sit down and give it another shot. I have it on PC, so.
You got Costume Quest 2, right, from Games with Gold?
Yeah, I do. I have that as well.
But I never played those games, so I'll just say.
I played like a little bit of the first one. Sad that it didn't have voice acting, but like it's kind of in like that Paper Mario-esque sphere, and I liked it. I appreciated it for that, but it just like I remember like the one thing that stuck with me was that the text scrolled too fast for me to read. Like it was way fast. I'm like a pretty slow reader, but it was way fast.
That's what it was. I played that demo and it did exactly that.
Yeah. Super weird. It's like a very nitpicky thing, but Tony Scott, favorite Halloween games?
Halloween specific games? Fuck, man.
He says favorite games to play on Halloween, not necessarily Halloween specific games.
For Christmas game on PS2.
Oh yeah, that game's good. Fuck
really?
the haters.
I
That game's
played
good. I have played that game. That game is good.
I have a good answer to this question.
Mm-hmm.
And play on Halloween, Animal Crossing.
Destiny. Did you say anything? You cut out, Tony, so I didn't actually.
Oh, I said Animal Crossing.
Oh yeah. That's a great game to play on Halloween.
It's a great game to play on any holiday.
Very true. Scott, do you have an answer that's better than that, or are you still trying to figure out Twitter?
I'm still trying to figure out Twitter.
It's really easy.
And the
140
answer is
characters.
I don't.
I don't play games on Halloween, very specifically. I never touch a video game on Halloween.
Well, I don't play Halloween-centric games ever. I don't.
Nabishin, he just
no,
said game to play on Halloween, not necessarily Halloween centric. So.
No, nothing really. Like
I really enjoyed playing Resident Evil last Halloween.
Oh, there it was. Fuck yeah, Resident Evil, the original.
Yeah.
Oh,
But there's the thing. I don't go out and say like, "Hey, here's the game that I want to play on Halloween." I play whatever.
Here's a spoopy game.
I don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a big Halloween guy. I know that's kind of a bummer, but I've just never really liked Halloween. But I would love if I could get my roommates to play through Until Dawn with me again. That would be a lot of fun. Because my new roommate Sandra, she's never played Halloween like Until Dawn, so we want her to play it. That'd be a lot of fun. All right. Ooh, Justin getting greedy. Justin Zorel, as he's been known on Twitter for a while. Fuck you, Justin. At the Sigma Omega has a 4-part tweet. 5 parts? Jesus Christ. Okay. All labeled with IPQ, so I'm going to go through these. I like how the original tweet is 1 out of 2, and it's 2 out of 2, 3 out of 2, 4 out of 2, 5 out of 2. So fuck you, Justin. It's not how Twitter works. Scott's trying to figure it out. Scott, that's not how Twitter works. All right, Justin says, not so much a question, but did you guys watch the Danganronpa 3, Dragon Grandpa 3 anime yet? It ties the bow on the Hope's Peak arc. The new game coming out is a new story and has nothing to do with the Hope's Peak and Junko. If you decide to watch it, watch Future and Despair arcs first going back and forth between episodes Future first and Hope arc last. Also, it's hard to type all this and explain it without talking about it. Can I just call in to talk about Danganronpa 3 for like a couple minutes, please? No, Justin.
No.
And stop spoiling that game.
Even though that's what you said about it earlier.
I didn't mention a specific character.
That's true. I haven't watched it. I've been kind of like trying to stay away from literally anything Danganronpa.
All right, I changed my Twitter photo.
Oh my god. I'm really excited to see what it is. This is very important, everyone. Oh
Stop
my
it,
god,
Scott.
damn it, Scott! Scott trolled us literally the hardest he's ever trolled us ever.
The amount of effort that went into this is too high.
It's way too high. Oh my god.
You love it. You know
I fucking love it, but it's incredibly impressive. Did you change your Twitter name? No, it's still Scott Guthier.
I was gonna get to that.
Okay.
By the end of the podcast, he'll have learned how to do that.
People,
all right,
people,
done.
this is a second stream experience. You have. Oh my god. Oh, it's too good. I can't say it. You have to go follow at WutTechuz, WUTTHCHUZ, in order to really experience the entirety of this podcast now. Yeah, I've been kind of like not watching. I don't know anything about Danganronpa 3. I saw like some character art at some point, and I like don't remember it. Somebody with white hair, I think, but that's all of the games. So, I'm trying to go into the third one literally knowing nothing, because that's how I went into the first one, kind of, and the second one, I guess. No, I had seen all the characters for the second one, but trying to do that.
No one's watched the anime,
So no.
I'll watch it eventually.
Yeah, I'll watch it probably after I play the game. I understand if it's completely unrelated and doesn't spoil it, I really don't care. I'm just I'm trying to keep my Danganronpa exposure down to nothing, so that when I get the third game or when I replay the first and second on PS4, I'll be I'll just be so into it right away because I miss it. And last IPQ comes. It's not a question. It's from @StokedDanny. Danny Juarez says, "I miss you guys," and then he ats all of us and says #StaySpoops.
See, that's in like a week, dude.
I know you're. So Danny's flight got canceled, also because of some weird technical error.
Yeah.
So he has to buy a new ticket.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, it's because the price of the flights went up. So they credited him back, but now it's more expensive and he's broke, so he can't buy a new one. So he's trying to sell these fucking Pop Vinyl figures so he can buy one and come in on Thursday. Worst case scenario, he'll have to wait until he gets paid on Friday and then fly in Friday night.
Oh, that sucks, Danny.
It does suck.
How are you gonna be able to complete? How am I supposed to give you that hug?
Yeah, how are you supposed to get this guy the hug?
Can you at least see my new Twitter picture?
I hope so. Hopefully he will get it, sell some stuff, get the money together, and buy a ticket for Thursday, and then come in on Thursday like he was going to initially. That's the plan. But there's your Danny Juarez update. We love you, Danny. That's it for questions. That mail sag went on very long. Apologies.
It was my fault.
No, it was worth it. That's the show. We're going to end it. Well, we do have bets. Do you have something planned for that option? Because I don't have anything.
Yeah, not a bet since we're holding that up till next week.
Yeah. Well, we will maintain the bet we had from last week, and we will just hold that off till next week. But we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, but
this is unprecedented. A week without any bets.
Well, you can blame Bethesda.
I did have a game though.
All right, well, we can get to that. Well, I'll do the closing, and then we'll do the game. Okay. All right. To close this out, remember you can be a part of the show in a variety of ways. You can send us an email, like Silver PR did, and he also sent us a voicemail, which we'll get to in a second. The email address you can send that to is mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. You can leave us a voicemail at 404-590-1337. Standard long distance fees. It's like Zeiger, because it is. Because he is. He's like all of us. Standard long distance fees do apply. You can tweet your questions at us at IrrationalPod. Make sure you use the hashtag IPQ. Makes them much easier to find. And you can follow each of us on Twitter. Definitely follow Scott at WUTTEHCHUZ. What's a Chuz? I am at AlFighter27, which is spells just like it sounds. Nabishin is at NABESHIN 186. Nabishin 186. And Tony's at Tony Horvath, all one word. Like I said earlier, the site is at IrrationalPod, all one word. Some other stuff, rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. Go to VGEva.com. Check out the awesome podcast network there that we are part of. Check out Malicious Pod X, Love IRL, if we can get that first episode out sometime. We're working on it. And Monthly Passions podcasts. Twitch.tv/Irrational which is where Extra Life is going to be. YouTube.com/Irrational Passions. Alex Talks is every other Friday up until the Friday after next. And tell your friends. Word of mouth is the best way to spread the love. Once again, Extra Life is this coming weekend. Please subscribe, favorite us, I think is what it is on Twitch. We're going to have a lot of information next week, or I guess this week if you're listening to the audio version, on Thursday when we record that week's podcast. Again, it will be early. It will be on YouTube like normal. There will be a live stream and all that like normal. So tune into that. It's going to be a lot of fun. And hopefully, irrationalpassions.com/extra life will lead you to the information page for all that. But for everything else, Irrational Passions, irrationalpassions.com. All right. What you got now? So we are not doing bets. We do bets at the end of every show, but since our bet was Skyrim Ultimate Edition related, and the reviews for that aren't out, and those are relevant to our bet, we are going to wait until reviews are out. So hopefully next week we'll do bets like normal next Thursday. So postponed bets. That's fine. We'll just not do a bet this week. What you got for us, Option?
All right. So this game is called Over Under.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a list of 30 games, so it's going to be quick, so it won't be too long. And what you're going to tell me is whether this is going to be, whether it's overrated, underrated, or just right.
Okay.
And like,
are you going to give us like a Metacritic average for the game?
no, this is just your general opinion.
The game.
Okay.
Like the whole thing that sparked this thing, it was like people talking about Super Mario 3D World recently, and people are saying like, well, it's not like it was Galaxy or something, like it's not a proper Mario game, like bullshit.
Yeah,
and
fuck them.
and
That game is
so-
incredible.
So yeah, that's like, I mean, a tizzy. So
Okay.
no, this is our opinion, and you can only argue one of these things. Like if someone
So
says
you
something,
only get one argument
yeah. So
for the whole game, I'm guessing.
yes.
So this is just a general popular opinion. Okay.
Yes, and these are, and for reference, where I'm getting this from, these are all our game of the years for the past 2-3 years. So,
Nice.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
so Pikmin 3,
Overrated.
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 I think it stands just about good where it is. Because I'm the only one hyping it up. Like, I don't know anybody else who even likes the game besides maybe Greg, which he thinks it's mediocre, which I'm like, fine.
All right.
You're just saying that to spite me, and you know it.
I'm not, but it's fine. I'm not.
Come
That's
on,
not
you-
the
you
one
don't
I'm-
think it's
I don't want to argue about
overrated.
this one. I'm not gonna.
BioShock Infinite.
Just right.
Over.
Okay.
Probably overrated now. Yeah.
So what happens? It's a tie.
No, it's just
You were just going through it.
Oh, okay.
Like if you really want to argue something, you can argue something.
we don't
but-
need to come to a consensus. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to argue something, but I don't fucking care.
Tales of Xillia.
Underrated.
Just right,
Yes,
I
it's
guess.
just not two. I'd say about
I
right.
think it is where it needs to be.
Okay.
All right.
Super Mario 3D World. Underrated.
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 Yeah, underrated.
The game's great. That one time we played multiplayer together, that was fun.
I'll have it.
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
Overrated.
Overrated.
Just right.
Ship combat kind of sucks in that game. Ships in general in Assassin's Creed suck.
I don't know where the hype falls on that game, so I'll say about right.
All right.
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Underrated.
No comment.
Overrated.
Really?
Overrated.
Listen, I ain't here to argue.
I would say underrated.
Okay.
Saints Row 4.
Where was that on our game of the year list?
That was number 5, bro.
Dog.
That year.
Okay.
Saints Row
Saints
4.
Row.
About right.
Overrated.
Dude, it had a sword.
I
You remember that sword?
did nothing for me, dog.
Dude,
Absolutely
dubstep
nothing.
gun.
The dubstep gun was good, but like I played for like
Come
5
on,
hours of that.
come on, the dildo sword.
But at the same time, I don't ever see. I don't see people praising this game like they like praised about
That
the
was like what, or
series.
like fucking number 2 that year.
That was
But
number
at the
4.
same time,
Okay.
I generally see people saying it, giving it for what it is and being a good one at that.
I guess like more people like 3. I'll say just right.
Just right. The Last of Us.
Just right.
Underrated.
Wow. Okay.
Underrated.
Okay. I feel like you're just saying that to fuck with me, but okay.
Yep.
Just right.
Underrated.
I think that game got as much praise as it deserved.
Underrated.
Not to us, not from us, obviously, but I don't want to. Whatever.
All right. The Stanley Parable.
Just right.
Underrated.
Okay.
Yeah, underrated.
That
See,
game's great.
That was like our fucking number 2 or whatever.
that was number 2.
Should have been number
Like
one.
in our circle, it's overrated. In
Oh, yeah.
general, underrated.
I would
Yeah.
say, I think it was just right.
I think it was just right. The Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds.
Just right. That game's dope.
Still haven't
Overrated.
played it. Still really want to. So
Really,
no
Scott?
comment.
No,
Fuck you. Play the game.
but I did.
I know, it's so good.
I did.
Game of the year, dog. Game of the
just
year.
right, even
That
though
was
I didn't.
just right, man. Perfect game of the year.
But like it received so much like, and it didn't. Okay.
All right. Mario Kart 8.
Perfect. Just right.
All right.
Game's so good.
I will say underrated because people were bullshitting that game during Game of the Year almost everywhere. I don't know why.
Yeah, that game did get snubbed a lot. I think we gave it its due respect.
I think it's because it's like a cart game.
yeah.
Like it's like whatever.
It's the
There have
best
been
Mario
7
Kart in years. And
Yeah.
people, yeah, whatever. Some people also just don't like Mario Kart games and whatever. Fuck those people.
Yeah, those people aren't real humans.
Why is Danny Juarez calling? All right, hold on. This is important, I guess. What?
Hey, I just want to say Kingdom Hearts.
Hang up the fucking phone.
I'm hanging up this phone.
Hold on 1 second.
No, I hung up. It's over. I just
I
want to say
wanted to
Kingdom
ask him what he
Hearts.
thought about my new Twitter pic.
I'm sure we'll get that next week. He'll be here next week. It'll be fine.
Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor.
I feel like that game is
Overrated.
underrated now.
I say overrated.
Okay.
I'd say about right.
Tony.
It's about where it should be.
I just, I feel like people give that. We're like, man, that game was bad, but I think it's a good.
It wasn't bad. It was just the system. It's the system was sold that game. Everything else, not so much.
I mean, I thought it was really fun. I had a lot of fun with it.
Okay. Dragon Age Inquisition.
Overrated.
Underrated.
Overrated.
Dude, that game got so many Game of the Year awards.
Overrated.
How
I mean,
could it be
I'm specifically
overrated?
talking about with
Underrated.
us.
Well, yeah. I think are we talking about with that, or I guess we're just winging it.
We're winging it. We're winging. It could be one. It could be the other. It could be the keyboard. Very specifically, the keyboard. Keyboard. How do you rate this?
I mean, obviously, I had a very
Keyboard
specific
says?
experience.
Underrated.
Keyboard says overrated.
I mean, like we still got like 7 more games from that year, so be judge as you will. But like, yeah, I'd say overrated.
Yeah, because we've been going in an order from 10 to 1 each year so far, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny just texted me saying, "But seriously, Kingdom Hearts 2 with no context." All right. Anyway,
All right. Bravely Default.
just right.
I have no comment.
Just right.
Again, I don't know what the hype train for this one is.
Scott hyped me up on that game. I appreciate what that game did.
Right.
It wasn't for me, but
It was
Should've
generally
been, though.
regarded as like a good return to old versions of JRPGs. So
Yeah. So
Apollo did that.
Yeah.
All right. Danganronpa.
overrated.
Underrated.
just right.
Overrated.
That game's real good.
Probably underrated.
I feel like it got its due regards from the circles that I cared about, at least. But
I mean, like what this Colin talks about in pretty
I
much.
feel like
everything
it's
else.
some
yeah, that's
visual.
literally
Andrew.
that's all I need. Colin and
I feel like it's some
Omar.
visual novel garbage that doesn't play well.
all right, fucker. I fucking hate you.
It should go be a good visual novel and not be stupid.
Oh, I don't want to argue this. I'm gonna
You
save
should
it.
you should not save it. You should argue this right
No,
now.
I know I'm gonna need it.
This war is mine. I'm sorry.
Overrated. Still haven't played it.
Yeah, you guys are fucking terrible monsters.
Underrated.
Underrated because no one plays it.
Nobody talks about it. I've heard good things from the two people I've heard play about it, and they didn't even push it that hard.
Tony
I
pushed
pushed
it.
I pushed that shit pretty hard.
If you guys had played it, it would have been our game of the year.
I carried him through that because I thought it was funny.
I know you did.
He didn't push it that well.
Scott is the wild card of game of the year 100% of the time.
Fact. I say it's just right.
I don't even try to be.
Also,
that.
I want to point out that Cameron Abbott just texted both me and Danny saying, guys, seriously, no, guys, period, Kingdom Hearts 1.5 Final Mix, though, which isn't a game. It's just Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, which is in Kingdom Hearts 1.5 HD Remix. Chill, guys. I'm not going to read any more text from my phone.
Good call.
Wolfenstein: The New Order.
Overrated.
Overrated.
Yeah, overrated. Greg.
I fought for that game for Greg, and I think it's overrated.
I see that's probably just right. I enjoyed that game.
Okay, that's fair.
Bayonetta 2.
Underrated.
Yeah.
I want to play that game, man.
Yeah, I want to play that game too. I could. I'd have to buy it, which will never happen, but I could.
Yeah,
But yeah,
underrated.
no. Yeah.
Underrated. Hearthstone.
That's fine. That's just right.
It's fine.
That's
Yep.
good. People like
Overrated.
that game. Yeah, there you go.
Probably overrated. No.
Overrated.
No, it was just right.
Overrated.
Yeah.
I feel it was just.
That's my opinion.
That's fine.
Yeah. I'm not entirely.
I know we said no more texts from your phone, but now this spread to my phone, and this is getting out of hand.
Don't read it. Just don't read it.
Yeah, don't read it. Don't give them power.
Shovel Knight.
Just right.
Overrated.
Overrated.
What, Scott? That was your game of the year.
Yeah.
Just right.
About right.
Okay.
Crypt of the Necro Dancer. We're in 2015, by the way, so if you want to use it, you better
10.
use it. Crypt of the Necro Dancer.
I think that was just right.
About right.
Just right.
I want to play that game still. So
I bought that game.
Did you play it?
Yeah.
do you like
Vita, PS4.
What you think about it? You think it's overrated? You think it's underrated? Tell me.
I said overrated.
it? Okay.
I didn't. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I didn't hear you either.
You're fine.
So.
You're fine.
I think it's about right.
Yeah.
That shopkeeper though.
That
I
shopkeeper song is
the
real
elements,
good.
The elements in the
Yeah,
game
it
is fantastic. It's just, I guess it's more
Didn't
for
mesh
the
with you?
roguelike. Yeah, I didn't guess I really like the roguelike as far as like keeping the beat and trying to attack. It's too much micromanaging in my head. So.
You can't beat that Cody. Or is it Cobra?
Cobra Commander.
Tony, you would know it.
Yep.
Bolt.
Fuck that Cobra.
It's Cobra?
I don't know.
You know
Cobra Commander.
Colt?
I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, it's double speed and double beat.
Guys, we got 9 more games we gotta get through. All right.
Let's keep going.
Until dawn.
Just right.
Overrated.
Overrated.
Well, I mean, like, I don't like that game. So
Underrated
into
now.
it.
You know what?
Underrated.
You
Underrated.
know what?
Fuck y'all.
Fuck all of you.
It's a great game though, but
It's a great game. I think it got its due.
It's pig garbage.
I might swing towards. To counter Scott. I'm gonna say it's underrated.
Okay. There you go, Scott. Fuck off.
You know what? Maybe I will.
Rise of the
You
Tomb
don't want to
Raider.
join in?
Underrated.
I think it was just right.
Sorry, which one?
Rise
Rise of Tomb Raider.
Overrated.
No comment. I didn't play it.
You don't have to have played it.
Played it. Yeah, it's
I
above
do.
you.
That's where I've been.
What do you feel like the zeitgeist is? Like, do you feel like it's gotten into? I don't know. Or do you feel like in like 5 years people are gonna talk about that game?
No.
No, and that's a shame. But hopefully there will be a third Tomb Raider that hits more of a wider audience.
I mean, he's doing good now on PS4, so
That's good, yeah. I'm glad.
Splatoon.
Just right.
All right.
Just right.
Yeah.
Game's great. It's a great game.
The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes.
Underrated.
Over fucking rated.
That game is great.
That made it on our list. Oh
That game's great.
The game's
We had
fantastic.
so much
That
fun.
that is the Final Fantasy. That was Final Fantasy Explorer is going to be this year. I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
That game is so good.
If that happens, I am quitting Irrational.
Game of the year, right, Scott?
Oh my god! Fuck you guys.
Final Fantasy. I mean, honestly, it'll probably make the list.
I like that the chat is playing along with us.
Metal Gear Solid 5.
I was gonna say just right for Triforce Heroes. Also,
Yeah, just right.
Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain.
Oh, okay. So I thought. Okay, so I'm gonna redact my Horizons one. I thought this was that one. Metal Gear Solid 5's overrated.
I think that game is just right, but I don't appreciate all the shit that game gets now. It's still a phenomenal video game.
It's just right, but it has fallen from grace for me a lot.
I've honestly liked it more and more as time has gone on.
Dude,
I'm the opposite.
For some reason it won best soundtrack. Why?
It's got an incredible soundtrack.
No, it doesn't.
It's got an incredible licensed music soundtrack. Obviously, like that's not
exactly.
But that's a thing. Like that's a good like games don't get to use licensed music very often. And I think
Yes,
that
they
game
do.
uses it really well.
It's just that the ones that try just don't do it well.
I think Metal Gear Solid did it.
No, Undertale won best soundtrack that year.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
100% it did.
I thought Scott was just talking in general.
What? When did on what award?
On our awards.
No. I was talking about in terms of the height that matters. Of course, the Undertale won ours. Like goddamn.
For best soundtrack? We're talking best soundtrack.
Exactly. Of course, Undertale won ours. I'm talking about the other places.
I think it
What
was-
other places said that?
I think it won Giant Bomb's best soundtrack, but
I'm pretty sure it also won the VGAs.
yeah, but who cares about the VGAs?
Like, let's not get
Let's not get crazy here. I think that game has a great soundtrack. And I think
Life-
that game is great. So.
Yeah. Life is Strange.
About right.
Just right.
Just right.
I mean, I reviewed
I
that
think
game,
enough people like that game.
So, yeah,
Bloodborne.
About right.
just right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say overrated, but that's just with us. But
I wouldn't even say with us.
Yeah, I want to say
We don't even think it's like the best Souls game.
yeah, okay. fair.
I thought you did say it was the best
It
Souls
was
game.
just I'm just thinking the best visuals category. Let's just move on. Oh,
The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
just right.
Just right.
Overrated.
No surprise there,
Absolutely not.
Right.
Tony.
It's right.
That's right.
Just right.
That's right.
Ooh, that's right.
And Undertale.
Just right.
Underrated.
Number one, underrated.
Well, for us,
Again. Like for us, you could call it overrated. However, but like I'm not doing. You got to understand.
think
I'm
it's
not
right. Thinking
doing
back
for
now,
us.
almost a year later. I think it's right.
yeah, for sure. I think that is a game that stands out from all the others last year,
And
especially in our.
it
sort of-
was and it was spoken about in certain game awards that I listened to and wouldn't expect them to talk about that they totally did.
Yeah, I mean, like I would say, I wish more people had played it, but I also wish it would be available to more people. It's only on PC, right?
Dude, everybody out of this circle here writes it off. That I know, and it's like, dude.
What of us four?
No. But the only circle I have is us four, and everybody else that's not us four that I talk to writes it off.
I know a lot of like Barrett Courtney said like if he could go back and do over, he would make that game of the year. Brendan Williams said if he could go back and do over, he would make that his game of the year for that year. I know a lot of people that really really resonated with, so I'm happy with that where that game is. I wish more people had played it though.
Right?
if
Too
you
many
haven't-
people write it off.
It
Underrated.
just hit its 1 year, its birthday. If you haven't played it, you should play it.
Yeah, maybe he'll finally play Hardman.
Maybe.
Maybe. Probably not.
Keep the dream alive.
All right, that's everything.
That's it. That was fun.
That was fun. I'm looking at the chat now. Let's see.
Yeah, they had some fun. Worst Metal Gear Solid.
Are you talking about
kinda-
Horizons or 5? Because I mean, like,
Five.
I'd
Talking
go with
about
5.
I love that game so much. Again, that is aged like a fine wine in my heart. That's the one I would argue. Like
It aged like milk in Nabishin.
I get it, but I actually like as time has gone on, I like it more as a Metal Gear Solid game.
That's fair.
Like the weird lack of story and all. It is like weirdly in my heart the best way that franchise could have ended. And I get like not everyone's gonna see it that way, but it has grown on me as time has aged.
Nah, I think 4.
Four is like the end of that franchise, but like as far as like the like video game parts of that franchise, like a game to play, I'm really glad that Metal Gear Solid 5 happened. It is one of the best playing third-person shooters I've ever played.
No one's down in the gameplay, man. It's more of
I know, but like the gameplay is a really, really important aspect of that game.
There's more of the what?
I feel like if you're like, oh, well, it's a Metal Gear Solid game, it should be about the story and like, oh yeah, the gameplay's perfect, but like it's bad because of the story. Like you are writing off literally 50% of that game, and I just don't think that's fair.
Yeah, I agree.
But like,
For the same reason I dock on games that have terrible gameplay that I play just to get through the story. It's like, listen, bitch, please.
listen. But like, I understand why that game rubs people the wrong way. I just like people just like forget about.
Isn't it just like as a question? Isn't it just lacking in story instead of being bad in story?
Yeah, I think.
It's an intermediate that was never supposed to happen. What were they expecting?
It's true, yeah.
Well, it was an intermediate that was never supposed to happen. What were they expecting?
I mean, they didn't even finish the story, so it doesn't fucking.
I kind of like it.
Fuck that game. It's overrated.
Whatever, man. I think
they didn't finish its story.
The story kind of ends.
No,
it does.
No, you can't have a big plot hole like that and just like not continue that.
What's the plot hole? I genuinely don't know.
Liquid with the Metal Gear?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
A whole island that's supposed to happen that never happened?
Oh, the part that they cut from that game. Yeah, fuck that game. All right. The story in that game, gameplay is amazing. Let's end the show. That's it. That's the whole show.
That's the whole show.
Yep. We did it.
It's a long show.
Yeah, it was a really long show.
That was my fault.
That's all right. It was fun. We had a good time. I'm glad that we could get you back in there. So, thank you for listening. We love all of you very dearly. Thank you to our listeners. Thank you to our viewers. Thank you to Danny Wiesner for our opening music of Two Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. Thank you, Scott, Nabishin, and Tony for joining me, as always. I love you guys. Winky face.
Stop it.
And thank you to Danny Juarez for fucking completely derailing our podcast, you ass.
Yeah.
I just want to say Kingdom Hearts. Thank you to Metal Gear Solid 5 for being a great video game. I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your game, stay irrational. We'll talk to you all next week.
Titles. We got some titles.
Oh my god.
There can only be one. Atheon as an anime girl.
That was good.
That's so spoopy. Feed me, Bosman. Mario Party is a game of skill.
That's fine.
It was like the devil playing the violin. We're doing 50 turns.
We talked about the whole Mario Party thing, by the way, Scott. You missed that, but
I'm not into Alex playing Darksiders 2. B-Dub's Titan skins. No, fuck you. It's worse than that. I got an iPhone mini. I'm my own introduction. Went to the ANTT. Hello, I'm Gary Steinman.
Wrong voice.
Hello, I'm Gary Steinman.
There you go. As soon as the bar go lift. Irrational Passions was a mistake.
I actually like. When did you write that?
And when we were talking about No Man's Sky.
Oh my god, that's funny. I really like as soon as the bar go lift. As soon as the bar go lift.
Bar strong.
I'm not that Doctor Who.
I'm not that Doctor Who.
Does Bruno Mars is gay? The long night is over, Scott tweeted. And it's like milk and Navashin.
I mean, it's got to be.
It aged
that's
like
so spoopy.
It aged
I
like
like-
milk to Nabashin.
I like we're doing 50 turns.
Do 50 turns.
I didn't hear that one.
That's what I'm voting for.
Because I was typing in the chat, but fuck you, Nate. Nate's watching and talking shit about Metal Gear, and I don't want to argue about this.
It's okay. He liked my Twitter pic.
There you go. What do you like, Nabashin?
Hold on. The long line is over.
Scott tweeted. Scott, what do you like?
That one.
Which one is that one?
The one you just said.
The long night is over. Scott just tweeted.
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
Unless Alex wants to agree with me on we're doing 50 turns.
No.
We move to the tiebreaker round.
No.
All right, that's it. We're doing 50 turns.
Oh my god. Are you switching your vote, Scott?
No, we're just doing 50 turns.
All right. Well then.
He agreed to it.
Oh no! Don't
He
fucking
did say all right.
pull
He
that
did
shit.
say all right.
What are you, a lawyer?
He confessed. I love it.
Nabashin, what do you think? Do you think he agreed to it?
I think we're all gonna die on our show. I think like it ends with us all just.
Hey, don't distract the witness, Alex.
Oh my god.
So what's the title?
The title is The
Don't
Long
change
Night.
this.
Scott tweeted. Fucking just some two people say the goddamn title. I'm not saying it.
This is Irrational Passions, episode 301.
I seriously don't even know what the title
It's
is.
The Long Night is over. Scott tweeted.
The long night is over. Scott tweeted.
Beautiful. Love it. You can stop recording now. Hey, video viewers, thank you guys for being troopers. I love you guys, even if Nate's wrong about Metal Gear. Bye.